less than it was last time, but nonetheless, we want to give some background. Again, my name is Paul Schnell, and I serve as the chair of the board, and in that role as a statutorily directed portion, just because I serve as the Commissioner of Corrections. Before we get into the agenda, I'd like to provide some basic background. The Supervised Release Board, or SRB, is a 5 and 7-member board depending upon the type of case being considered for parole or supervised release. The SRB became an official body just on July 1st, and prior to July 1st, since the early 70s, with the implementation of sentencing guidelines, the responsibility for determining whether or not those serving life sentences be granted parole fell to the Commissioner of Corrections. For the purpose of the discussion, and in general terms, we use the word parole or supervised release interchangeably. Over the past many decades, the sitting commissioner presided over and had sole decision-making authority for granting or denying parole to those serving life sentences in our state. The commissioner was aided in decision-making process by an advisory panel. As the person responsible for reviewing cases over the last several years and making those decisions, these decisions are not easy. For the parole decision maker, there is statutory guidance on the factors, and I'll speak to that guidance in a bit. In Minnesota, when case facts warrant, courts may impose a life sentence without the possibility of parole or supervised release. Right now, there are approximately 170 people serving life sentences without the possibility of parole in Minnesota. And slightly more than 550 people in prison serving life sentences with the possibility of parole. Since 1989, a life sentence in Minnesota required the service of a mandatory minimum term of confinement of 30 years in DOC custody, followed by a period of community supervision extending up to the end of a person's natural life. It should be noted that prior to 1989, a life sentence in Minnesota required the individual to serve a minimum of 17 years of incarceration before being eligible for parole release. Though these life sentences required the service of a minimum term of incarceration, the fact that they are indeterminate sentences means that release is not predetermined, or that a release decision is that of the parole authority. In 2005, the Minnesota legislature established a life sentence for certain repeat sexual offenses. These sentences have varying mandatory minimum terms of incarceration before the board may authorize a person's release. In 2012, the U.S. Supreme Court determined that the imposition of a life sentence without the possibility of parole in a juvenile was unconstitutional. The court determined that recognized brain development science in establishing that juveniles and adults should be treated differently in sentencing. At the time, Minnesota had a small number of juveniles who were certified as adults serving life sentences without the possibility of parole. In all these instances, the cases were referred back to court of jurisdiction for resentencing, and in those cases were resentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Adding to the complexity, during 2023 legislative session, a new law was passed by the legislature, which also took into account brain development and made dramatic changes to cases of juveniles certified as adults receiving sentences of 15 years or longer, including those serving life sentences with the possibility of parole. Under this new law, these youth certified as adults would be eligible for early release consideration. This new law also provided the Supervised Release Board with the authority, under certain conditions, to collapse court-imposed consecutive sentences. Consecutive sentences are those that must be done one at a time, one after fulfillment of another. This is in contrast to a concurrent sentence, in which a person could, for instance, have two 15-year sentences that are being served at the same time or concurrently. In cases where juveniles were certified as an adult, the legislature added 2 additional members to the Supervised Release Board. Instead of the 5 regular members of the SRB, the 2 additional members with a background in youth development or psychology were added to the board's decision-making. As mentioned, the board is made up of 5 regular members, which includes the Commissioner of Corrections. The regular members and the members who qualify by virtue of background in youth development or psychology were selected from a slate of applicants that were in part presented to the governor by the Minnesota House and Senate minority and majority leaders. Minnesota is fortunate to have people come forward to serve as members of the Supervised Release Board. The decisions made by this body will almost always leave someone disappointed. I would say that the questions asked during this hearing reflect just a small portion of the information that goes into making decisions. Board members are provided with a broad range of information and reports to review before each meeting. This may include medical, mental health, education, substance use disorder, and other types of treatment records, along with comprehensive psychological evaluation and community investigation data. For your knowledge, there are 12 legislative designated factors that board members must consider when making parole or supervised release decisions. A sampling of those factors include the community investigation report completed by a probation officer, comprehensive psychological report, including development report assessing cognitive, emotional, and social maturity of those who were juveniles at the time of an offense and certified as an adult, a victim statement, the statement of the prosecutor, the risk an incarcerated person poses to the community of release, the incarcerated person's behavior while they were incarcerated, and any information on the incarcerated person's rehabilitation while they were incarcerated. While these factors must be considered, in the decision made by each board member, the legislature did not provide direction about how members should weigh the various factors. Supervised release or parole decisions by this board are made by a majority vote of the members or a quorum of the members. If the case being considered as a juvenile certified as an adult, at least one of the 2 members with the required background must be present and voting in the case. In the event of a tie vote of the members, the outcome of the tie vote will be based upon the vote of the commissioner or the chair of the SRB. Before we begin the meeting, I feel compelled to provide some level of warning to anyone listening to this proceeding. While Minnesota law provides an opportunity for release from court-imposed indeterminate sentence, early release is not presumed. In almost every case, the matters coming before this body are the result of convictions for extremely violent offenses. There may be times during these meetings when I or other members may ask very specific or detailed questions about offense behavior or what happened following offense or during the court process. For some people, these questions may be triggering given the violent nature of the offense and the very detailed and specific question being asked. For the understanding of those watching, there are a number of reasons such questions may be asked of those being considered for parole. These kinds of questions may help members gain an understanding of the level of insight or empathy the individual has gained since the crime. Though less common, there may also be times when a board member asks a question that came about as a result of victim impact. For those in the public who may wonder, victims do have a specific statutory role in the process and by law may provide the board with written input or may elect to meet with the board in private, or they may choose to provide direct public input in this very forum. I will now call all the members of the board, do a roll call of all members. And I'm going to invite all the members to come forward.
Okay.
Over here, just have. Okay. So Raina Alexander. Here.
I'm here.
Chris Bray.
Here.
Andrew Larson.
Here.
Cheryl Remstead.
Here.
Don Strufert.
Here.
Jody Nelson is not here, but she will be here shortly. The first case is a is a file review. We will now begin review of individual cases. We will call cases based on the published agenda. DOC staff will introduce each case. We have a couple items of business to take care of first, but just to give you some background or sense, staff are also here answering technical questions, and we will go from there. Once again, the board composition on the cases we reviewed today are 7 members with action taken on a simple majority vote. So today will be a minimum of 4 votes required to pass a motion to grant or deny parole. Today, at this point in time, I'd like to ask, we have minutes from the last meeting. I would ask if anyone would like to make a motion to accept, approve the motion from the last meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion or corrections? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And that minutes are approved. Is there anything else we were gonna
That's,
beforehand?
we have one disposition or one letter from an individual, Mr. Dryman.
Yes.
That's for later.
Yeah, I believe everybody received a letter that come in and this was really, I think, early review request. Can you give a reminder?
I can. He has been reviewed in the past. He is asking for an early review because of his medical scenario. He is on palliative care, which is symptom care. It's not the same as hospice. So he's just asking if he could be reviewed again by the board early in consideration of his medical situation. As far as I know, he has not applied for a conditional medical release of any kind, but he is asking if the board would consider reviewing him early.
You know, when was he supposed to be seen?
I'm sorry, I can't remember now.
Yeah. Looks like he was a 30-month,
Yes.
but I don't remember when he was seen.
Aubrey, can you check for me, please?
I don't think it was that long ago, as
No,
I
it's
recall.
not.
I'm working on it just a second.
Thank you.
Just for those who may be watching, we did have some conversations about, considering re-reviews of cases that were determined where decisions had been made previously, and those decisions were often going to stand. This is a little different because of the medical condition, but just for board members' awareness, there are other options here, and that would be a conditional medical release, which is something that statutorily the commissioner is authorized to provide with if there's medical.
He was seen on April 2nd, 2024, and continued for 2.5 years.
Thank you. So approximately October of 2025. 26, sorry.
October 26. I mean, one of the things we could do is get, we come back later this month. He is a standard case and get some medical information and just see what his status is and whether or not he is a candidate for conditional medical release.
I will say that at the time when I received the letter, I did get some information, and they said at this time the DOC is very capable of caring for him and would not recommend a CMR at that time.
All right. So we can get some additional information, and we can come back at the end of when we meet at the end of the month and just see what that's.
I'll bring it forward at the next review.
Okay. That sounds good. Okay. Then we move into Mr. Perry. So just to give some background, this is a non-appearance file review, and these are sometimes scheduled when we have cases where we want to just monitor to see how someone's doing. He was seen originally. Let's go back and look here. On
July of 2022.
Yeah, July 2022. He was moved to minimum, and there was a non-appearance after 20 months at minimum. And then, what we look at this point was just to see how he was doing while he was there. And traditionally, if somebody was doing well, we would look to do a transfer to work release. And then, at the time when he becomes eligible for consideration of potential parole, then we would look to bring him back before the board and let the board have that conversation with him. So today is really a file review around just us talking about and wanting to make sure that there was some familiarity with him, because he would be looking at it'd be about a year out from some consideration for release. So I don't know if there were any thoughts, questions, or concerns that were raised about him.
This is Raina. I move to approve him for work release.
Okay, on this one, I think work release decisions can be, we have the commissioner has the ability to just move on. We don't have to have this one. The board would not need to make a move on him, because we would be seeing him again at the time of his parole. So as long as there isn't substantive concern by the board, because I think we just want to be in a place where if the board members had really substantive concerns that would raise issues about his potential of even being looked at for parole, then I would be concerned about moving him out there. I don't have big concerns. There's some things that that we had I think put in place that that I would like to make sure happens. I was going to look at his letter last time. So some of this stuff, there was some stuff referenced in one of the things we really credited Mr. Perry was that he has been a really strong leader in the restorative justice stuff. And one of the things that we were really wanting to do was to have him participate, but as a listener in that process. And because he's been always the leader, and so how does that how does he
Mr. Commissioner, just one question, if I may.
Yeah.
So I too kind of latched on to that because I know it was referenced in a couple of different places within the comprehensive assessment that was provided. So I know he has been a leader of restorative justice programming. Is some of the recommendation that he be more of a participant and less of once someone reaches that point where they are a leader of restorative justice programming, I mean, do some of them go back through it again as more of a participant to kind of address some of the things that are referenced within that plan? I mean, is that essentially kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, I mean, let me be really clear. He has been, when I talk about his leadership in restorative justice, he has been a really strong leader and has done all of the RJ work in many cases. But I think this really goes along with that receiving feedback side. Just that sometimes that leadership side can be really strong, and then where does where is that part of the fact that you also have played that role of having caused harm, and not that he's freely and fully acknowledged that, and yet I think it's one of those places where as part of just receiving feedback and being that leader, there's a level of vulnerability that I think we were trying to encourage, and I think that came out of the psychological too, that receiving that feedback and those sorts of things. But I really want to commend Mr. Perry. I believe he's listening in today from the facility, and he has done very well, and has been truly a strong leader as it relates to the restorative justice work that happens. So I want to go on.
May I have a question? Yeah. Not reading it, not having any exposure. I'm a little bit confused. I see receiving feedback as step one. Step two is responding to feedback. And step three is where there's a difference between the opinion A and opinion B with that feedback, with the directives that are coming. How is each of them dealt with? So receiving is one issue, responding and addressing differences or conflicts.
Right.
I would see restorative justice as providing methods by which that could be done.
100%. And I think when I talk about receiving, it's really about the integrity of that process. And it is about the processing. because it's, both in restore on the RJ side and as well just in some of the work we've been really encouraging him to do was to more fully process that, and if there was disagreement about that, to work through what that looks like. And yet, if there were times where, through that process, he gained insight, to acknowledge that and to do what he needs to do with that. I think that's what was kind of being recommended as part of that process. And I think to take and receive and to fully engage is the hope.
Commissioner, I'm just wondering so the letter that we received from his case manager says that he has complied with the directives from the last review hearing in 2022. So that's all the information we get. So I got to believe that that's correct. But otherwise, is there some other way we're supposed to know beyond the statement of his case manager that he has complied?
No, I think there's so this is the thing. I mean, so I think the case managers get what we get, and I'm sure he has complied with the directives. I mean, as it's written, but I think there's this deeper exchange that obviously, and you will see this. I think as you do these, when you get to as you have these conversations with folks who come before you, in some cases multiple times. That all of a sudden, these conversations and the context around what those conversations are is a little different, and the case managers are falling within that letter, but I'm sure, what will oftentimes happen is Becky will follow up with the case manager, like in this conversation, or with work release staff. And have that conversation about, what does, maybe go a little deeper in terms of what that means. And today, the benefit of today is in the past, Mr. Perry would not have been present today. He has the opportunity to be dialed in and participating and listening to this and hearing this. So I have no doubt that he has met the directives. But I think it's just the deeper side of that I'm questioning. I'm not saying he didn't.
That's what I'm kind of confused by. I'm not understanding the questioning part of it. I don't know where you're reading, because I feel like I'm missing something. I think that's what I'm struggling with. I feel like I'm really confused because the information that the information I've received that I've read shows that he's doing all the things that we've asked of him. And I can understand flagging it as a, hey, just know for like next time we meet. I'm sorry, I'm just confused.
Right.
I'm confused.
But there's also going to be, he's going to be outside of the facility too. He's going to be going.
I don't have a say in that, so I'm still trying to figure out.
But I think that he's still in custody status. So we're going to have to, what the things that we want him to do, or the things that we want to make sure he's working on. He's going to have to continue to do that even while he's in work release, but he's no longer in the facility. And that can be a bit more challenging. That might mean we're going to have to help him access some community resources, perhaps a little differently, or work with the halfway house staff or the work release staff who may not see him as much. So it's just that there's some differences in terms of the resources that he may have to access while it's a little bit easier in the facility because we have access to a lot more resources, and but in work release and the community side, it's just a little different. So, but we'll work with work release staff on that side of it, and even on the RJ side, there's some community restorative justice stuff that programs that we work with.
Well, Commissioner and board members, I support work release for him now, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, when I read the totality of his file speaks to his leadership in a number of areas. He goes to Red Wing and brings the Salvation Army there. He headed the Fathers Club and then he had a replacement. He wanted restorative justice at Red Wing, but they didn't offer it. And I read his age and the age at which he had committed his offense as, part of that leadership. He's also shown responsibility toward his children, a lot of different mothers. So to me, he's demonstrating follow-through. There is a piece that I found. It says he continued participation in restorative justice as a leader but his natural leadership skills
100%.
come to the surface, and it's hard, I think, when you're a natural leader to necessarily have that other part recognized.
Yeah, right.
It's hard to assess it from the outside too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I want to be clear. He has done a very good job. I absolutely support his work release, and I think he's on the right track to be a good candidate for parole. So good. So we'll plan on.
And typically, just so people understand, work release takes probably 3 months to get a placement. So, and his parole eligibility date is not until July of 2025. So we don't want to burn him out of work release either by being there too long. But I understand from those who are present today that Life Rebuilders presently has some availability. So certainly the work release agent, I can pass it on to the work release director if you all decide that's the route we're going to go.
So my assumption would be that, one of the things, and please, Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, one of the things that when he comes back for a review of his eligibility for actual supervised release, I think one of the things that we as a board would want to be looking at is how has he established some community supports, access community resources as part of his participation in work release that would ultimately make him a more viable candidate for, release under supervised release. I mean, I think that's kind of, if I'm understanding correctly, I think that's kind of what you're driving at a little bit is, in terms of additional recommendations for him, it's to really continue to expand on accessing resources in the community, continue to build a support system as he's participating in work release so that when it comes time for him to be reviewed for supervised release eligibility in a year, that some of those things are in place and could certainly, I think, be beneficial for us to take into consideration in determining whether or not to grant him supervised release.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. And just so folks know, we work release candidates when they come in for review are generally seen in person. So they will actually come in person here, and we will see them here in person. I think we have 1 or 2 coming at the end of this month. So you will have some people coming in. So we would see him in July of next year would be when he would be seen, and at that point in time considered for possible parole. But we will go ahead and make the move to transfer him as soon as that can be arranged to work release. No, because it's a C decision.
No, it's C.
We can. Somebody will want to make a motion to set his continuum to July of 2025 for parole review.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That was opposed.
No, I'm sorry. It came through a little bit late. It was voting in favor. I apologize.
Okay, good. All right. So it's so all and I vote also aye. So it's all in favor. 5 ayes, none opposed. The motion carries. So he will be seen, with the work release and seen in July of 25. All right. Next case is Mr. Johnson.
Commissioner, appropriate for me to be here at the table.
Absolutely. Yeah, because we're having.
Aye.
John is getting Moose Lake pulled up. There they are.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear us well?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Director and Executive Officer of the Hearings and Release Unit, here with me today to review Mr. Toby Johnson, who is present on video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board is also present today to my left.
Good afternoon.
And Board Member Christine Bray, Raina Alexander, Andrew Larson, Cheryl Ramstead are also present today and participating. You will see also 2 other board members sitting at the table, but they are not part of your review today. We also have a few people present in our room here at Central Office in St. Paul. Mr. Johnson has his sister and advocate present with him today. Is that correct, Molly Evans?
Yes, I'm here today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, our records indicate between 7/18 of 99 and 7/21 of 99. Toby Johnson and accomplices caused the death of victim Randy Cool. They held the victim against his will at his home on Brown Street in Hutchinson, Minnesota. The victim was struck and tortured throughout the 4 days. He was placed in a duffel bag and struck repeatedly with hammers, and some aerosol material was sprayed in the bag. He ultimately died. The victim was driven to the river and the body was thrown in the river. On May 26th of 2000, Toby Earl Johnson was sentenced to a minimum of 30 years by McLeod County District Court after having been found guilty of murder first degree premeditated. On May 30th of 2024, Mr. Johnson appeared before the Minnesota Board of Pardons and was granted a commutation on his sentence, making him immediately eligible for parole consideration by the Supervised Release Board. Today's review represents his special review after serving approximately 24 years of incarceration. His original 30-year parole eligibility date was August 6th of 2029. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the Commissioner and the Board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. How are you today?
Good morning. I think I'm a little nervous, which is probably normal. I always feel kind of the weight when I go into a hearing, whether it's an appeal or Board of Pardons or this, because I'm mindful that it always presents the possibility of re-victimization. And restorative justice has been huge during my incarceration, kind of one of my guidances of change. And so when I think about Randy and his family and the community that I've harmed, like, it weighs really heavy on my heart for preparing for this and for today's hearing. So,
Thank you for that. I'd like to start by asking you to tell the board what is that you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
okay. So after my sentence was commuted, the program director and the caseworkers and everyone that had spoke to me directed me to put together a release plan. They asked if I had some release addresses. I have been blessed to build a really incredible support network for people who are ready to support me upon my release and reentry into the community. What I'd really like to happen today would be for the board to find it fit that I've made enough changes and shown enough growth and rehabilitation to be released to Chris and Jenna's, which is my primary requested address. This address offers a lot. Long term, I can get into the HVAC field with Chris. It's in the country, so initially I have kind of a self-imposed step down. It would be quiet. I can go into the community with Chris and Jenna and take maybe a month just kind of reacclimating before I started working. There's already transportation lined up there. Jenna's a stay-at-home mom. They also have an extra vehicle, so I recently got my permit and I'm allowed to get my test for my driver's license in September, so I'd be able to get my driver's license as long as I can get some practice time. A lot of my support network has really put some amazing tools in place for me, whether it's Art from the Inside or at Youth Art Initiative out of Ramsey County, that long term, once I get stable, I can help teach art as a way of giving back or give back with the restorative justice community. And so I think everyone is just hoping, myself included, that the board will see fit for the next chapter of life to be allowed. I do understand that upon release I have supervision, and I'm more than ready to do supervision and follow all procedures. I haven't had any discipline in a significant amount of time in incarceration, which I think speaks to a testament of my change and ability to follow rules and structure.
So you came in at a young age, at 18, right? And so you effectively grew up there. One of the things that that I've certainly heard, I've obviously not been through it myself, but heard from people who've transitioned, is that it's a big change. Just when you think about walking out of that prison and walking into the community, just boom, after 24 years, whatever that period of time is, what makes you think that can be an easy transition for you?
So I think that you're correct. I came in at 18. I'm be 44 this fall. I just finished my 25th year. And so who I was at 18 and who I am today is, like, if the two people walked in a room, they wouldn't recognize each other. They're so drastically different. And I understand, like, it's going to be an immense change coming home. One of the benefits to coming to Chris and Jenna's is Chris transitioned back to the community very successfully after serving quite a long prison time and is now a union foreman. And so I will have someone firsthand there who's kind of gone through that process and been successful. I also feel that, I was trying to figure out the other day, I think I've transferred 6 times and I've gone on several different writs. Most notably, I had done 20 plus years in close custody before coming to Moose Lake. And I thought it would be a challenge, and I don't ever like the word seamless, but I found an immense amount of opportunities to invest in the community here and give back, and I've actually flourished with the changes. And so I think that, like, I can hear the concern. I understand, like, with technology, and there's just so much that is different. I also think that, I have SOAR careers out of Duluth that's willing and ready to work with me. They've assigned a case manager for me. I have several peer recovery specialists who've worked with people with long-term incarceration. SOARS has a psychologist they work with that deals specifically with people coming out of incarceration. The Art from the Inside deals with people who have been incarcerated. I've put the Spirit of Hope Church with Marty Shanahan. He said he'll do Zooms at least weekly. I have other community support for Spiritual Network. I just have, through my changes and through people seeing how much I've changed, I've been able to build a super strong support system. And so I think to answer your question, that's how I feel I can be successful upon coming home, is that the biggest difference between me now and me at 18 is I don't mind asking for help now. And at 18, I never asked for help when I should have. And so it'll be through all the help that I know I'll be able to make some changes, including, I know several of the men who are in the lifer group currently that you meet with, Mr. Schnell. And so I've been able to talk to some of them about what their challenges are as they've transitioned back in trying to prepare myself for my chance at reentry.
And I just, one of the things I want you to know that I really want to applaud all the work you've done. Because you have done a lot and done remarkably well, I think, theirs, and have been a really an influential member of that community, obviously. What if Toby Johnson was struggling? What would it look like to people around him?
So I think I get more introspective. I get quiet. I kind of withdraw from people. I would probably stop a lot of the pro-social involvements that are valuable to me. I'd probably be a little more blunt with some of my communication. Like, I've probably worked restorative justice through a decade, maybe plus more. And so like the restorative and compassion and empathy has kind of woven itself into how I talk. And so I think if people didn't hear that humanity coming through me, they would know that there was something off. But I think, like I said, going back to the previous question, the biggest difference at 18 is I don't wait for people to say, hey, are you all right? It looks like you're struggling. If I'm challenged or struggling, I reach out to people, whether it's staff here, whether it was mental health over the years, whether it's my support network, whether it's been clergy. Like, I reach out way in advance when I first start struggling. And so I think that would probably be the first way people know I'm struggling, is I'll come to them and say, hey, I'm having a challenge with this. Could you give me some advice? But the other ones are some cues that I've been able to pick up are some of the things I've done in the past when I have been struggling.
What's the last time that you had to deal with some interpersonal conflict?
I think initially after the Board of Pardons, there was a little bit of conflict, internal conflict. I was so hopeful for the commutation to 306 months in the second degree, and a lot of my support network has put so much in place as far as job opportunities, teaching opportunities, restorative justice opportunities, stable housing, that I really had to find myself and say, this is where we're at, and we still have a huge gift right now. And so how do we successfully move forward with the gift at hand, right? Prior to that, I was a clerk in the substance use program here for about 2.5 years. And so I found a lot of different smaller conflicts where the clerks are kind of upheld to certain standards. And so working hand in hand with staff, sometimes we're judged or ridiculed. And so learning ways to try to navigate that and just be able to say, hey, I understand people's concerns, and taking care of myself and taking care of the job. It created some different situations, but I was always able to successfully navigate it. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, that helps. Can you talk a little bit about what's the biggest concern you have about transitioning into the community?
Now, that's a great question. It's something I've been thinking about for 25 years. I said, I think yesterday I started my 26th year. And I say it humbly, but I'm really excited for the next chapter. So with that being said, I think like the biggest thing that's a concern for me is just not understanding technology. When I got locked up at 18, they were just coming out with the internet. And we had a mobile flip phone. And so the world moves a lot faster now because of where technology is at. That I know it'll take me a little bit to catch up. But with that being said, I also know that after I was shown like how to use the tablets, I completed my bachelor's degree very successfully off of a tablet. We have tablets here that we use through the JPay, so I found ways to navigate, but I just know initially that technology piece is going to be a lot for me. Everything's at the touch of a phone, and with that, the speed of life is a lot faster. Here, the biggest speed we see is people walking back and forth in the hallway or someone running on a track. And I know out there, that isn't the speed of life. And so I guess my biggest concern, and I talked to Ms. Spaniel about it, and I've already tried addressing some skills and tools to put in place just to make sure I slow down. And so I guess that'd be my biggest concern is the speed of life and just making sure I take some me time. Which again, like I said, it all weaves into why I requested the address I did for release, is that would be a place that I can have some peace and still Zoom in to teach or have the social support that'll help me be successful, but come back a tiny bit slower than, say, the heart of Minneapolis might. So.
Thanks. Just a turn to Ms. Evans, and then we'll open it up for questions. Thank you so much for being here. It really means a lot to us, and it's great that you're here to support your brother. And can you just talk a little bit to us about the changes you've seen in Toby over time?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for asking. I think that your question earlier was really pivotal about really understanding that when Toby went into incarceration, he was 18 years old. One of the things that he shared with me not too long ago is when he began incarceration, he could not grow facial hair. And he sits before us today with gray in his beard. And so when we look at that span of time, it's been a great span of time. As I think about some of those great areas of change, in the beginning of his incarceration, there was a lot of growth, and I say that as in he wasn't done yet being a child. From our childhood, there was a lot of trauma and healing that needed to be done, and so during his incarceration, he lived more reactionary than responsively. And that could have been seen in the very beginning in his communication style or some of the relationships he chose. But as he began to navigate some of that healing journey, and he really began that restorative justice and the power of the people group, and I would say it was probably, as I remember back, it was probably I really began to see some of those pivotal changes when he was at Rush City. At Rush City, he began to really explore some of those micro and macro levels that the crime that he was serving time for really had the impact of that. He began working in the chapel and really exploring spirituality and what does that mean to me? Where is it that he fits in the world? It was there that I was able to see him really begin to grow and develop himself and who he was as an individual, and to understand that he was more than just the experience that he had as a youth and as a child. And there it was that he began to develop some of that courage and that determination to really begin to heal from some of those experiences that had really dictated some of those choices that he had made early on in his life. And so that began, and that followed him through his time at Stillwater and at Moose Lake. And I say that because when he went in, he was more concerned about himself and where it was as far as where he was. And when he came to Stillwater back in 2016 and 17, and then came back up here to Moose Lake, like, I really see him investing in others and investing in the community. He spent a lot of time teaching and sharing healing tools and teaching others coping mechanisms. And, you know, healing comes in many, many forms. And so he's been able to teach others about art and what does that look like as far as people are more than just the mental health that they struggle with. And so, and I've seen him, and he's shared with me many experiences that he's had in working in supportive services here at Moose Lake, where he's had the opportunity to share with people and to be someone that delivers hope to others, as well as continues having time and making time to really continue his own healing work and his own recovery, and really being committed to that. And so that's a few of kind of those areas that I've seen over the course of the last 25 years and how it is that he's grown and changed. And and I really think that kind of shows in the community that he's fostered, where he was really looking to develop belonging with wherever it was that he was at. And so I feel like he's made an incredible amount of difference to those lives who he's touched, wherever it is that he's been.
Thank you. I just open it up to any board members. Any questions for Mr. Johnson or Ms. Evans?
Mr. Johnson, I guess I have a question. First of all, I just want to commend you on everything that you've done and how you've used your time. And I do agree, it's a big adjustment going from being incarcerated to moving into the community. There was a comment made in one of the reports that was for you to be aware, or us to be aware, of your perfectionistic tendencies. Can you talk about that a little bit? Like what might that look like for you?
So here again, like if I look at like 18 years old, I didn't really understand that. Now I can see that, you know, studying like adult children of alcoholics, ACOA, and studying some mental health pieces, and then all the mentoring and tutoring I've done, it's a very common trauma response. That people that have gone through trauma often are very hard on themselves or critical of themselves. And I know for me, you know, say art as an example, I'll often see a piece and say, man, I wish I could have done this a little different, or I could have done this different. And outwardly, it might be an amazing piece. And so I have to just try to give a little leniency to myself sometimes, right? Or when I work out, if I only get 10 reps instead of 11 reps, and that was my best, then I have to just say, hey, I did really good, right? And I think that Miss Spaniel, that was something that she had spoke to me about, was the perfectionist. You know, it makes it very hard on myself. When we talk about restorative justice and healing, I guess one of the big things I've really been focused on is the self-forgiveness as well. You know, when I came in, I thought a lot of my youth was my fault. And I've come to that point of kind of processing through some of that healing. I think that the perfectionism is, like I said, kind of a ripple of that. And so when I do struggle with it, I kind of remind myself, hey, give yourself a little credit, or give yourself a little forgiveness, or don't be as hard on myself. Like, I'm not that way on others, so why am I that way towards me? If that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson. So I I just want to reinforce what the other board member said, like really impressive packet. Really appreciate the effort that you've put into just bettering yourself while you've been incarcerated, but I think more so just your involvement with some of the restorative justice work. You're writing the wisdom behind the walls. I thought that was really, really good stuff. So kudos to you. One of the things, and if I'm misremembering this, I apologize, but I think one of the things that I remember reading in your packet is there was a brief period of time where you were incarcerated with the nephew of your victim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
So recognizing kind of the prison politics, for lack of a better way of describing it, like how did you manage that? Like, how did you manage that, and just how do you manage conflict in general? Because, you know, like I said, I recognize oftentimes that's going to lead into conflict, especially in light of the circumstances for which you're incarcerated. So could you just talk a little bit about that?
So thank you for your question. It's a difficult one. To be real honest, that was a tough situation. Like you said, sometimes prison politics, especially in closed custody, is challenging. I mean, to say it politely. I approached the individual and I offered some space and just said, I understand, you know, I've never been able to give your family any answers or a sincere apology or to explain who I am today. You know, this had been 10, 15 years into my incarceration, maybe. And so I said, you know, I understand you guys knew what I did at 18, but you don't know who I am, you know, in my early 30s at this time. And if you would like, you don't have to listen to me. I'll gladly give you kind of some of the stuff that I've done, and you can read it and share it with your family. At that time, he wasn't really open. I ended up touching base. We were like 2 cells apart at the time. We stayed in the same living unit for maybe 6 or 7 months, 8 months, somewhere like that. And I offered him the space several times. He never really took up the opportunity to sit down and like to say, hey, what all happened, or he didn't have like any prolonged questions. But I feel that by the time he had gone home from there, like he saw a whole different individual. And so I wouldn't say that we were friends, but at least we were amicable to be in the same space, which there again, and especially in closed custody, is enormous, right? So how did I handle that? You know, aside from me talking to that, you know, I believe I was in the chapel at the time, so I talked to Reverend Marty a lot. I used to lean on him heavily. I have a mentor from Unity Spiritual Center that visited every month. I've talked to him. I talked to my caseworker. I've talked to some of my peers and just say, hey, how do you guys navigate? You know, I really want the family to understand that, like, who I was at 18 is not who I am, and I'm not proud of that person. I really want the opportunity for them to know who I am. So I guess that's the first part of that answer. How do I handle conflict now? I think, like, I try to live in such a way that conflict isn't a piece, like a big conflict. Like there's some daily stuff like, hey, I was next in the microwave, not a big deal, right? So I often put it on this kind of introspection. Like I understand a macro level of what I'm trying to have in life is success and freedom, right? And when I can see the big picture now, which I didn't see at 18, my responses aren't anywhere the same as they were when I came in. Because I know that arguing over a microwave doesn't get me home or free, or it doesn't allow me to come out to the community and teach art to at-risk youth, or it doesn't allow me to be around my nephews who are 14, 16, and 18, or to be a part of the 3 kids that I've played a fatherly role while incarcerated, and now one of them has a 5-year-old. So by focusing on like the major pieces, like I said, it allows my whole communication to have more empathy and compassion and understanding, and then really put stuff on the worth it scale. And in doing that, it alleviates the vast majority of conflict for me. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Like my colleagues, Mr. Johnson, I applaud your positivity and your use of the time while you've been incarcerated wisely and productively. Obviously, you've got academic ability as evidenced by your scholarship and your academic record. One of the things that your history before you became incarcerated showed was that you were heavily involved in the drug culture, selling, using, maintaining the lifestyle. I know that you went through treatment, and I just wonder if you could describe or explain how you stay out of falling back into that pattern that for the first part of your life was what you did and how you existed, even though you've had this treatment now while you've been inside the prison.
Yes, ma'am. I guess to step into the question, I'd have to say, who was I at 18? And at 18, I kind of, I was content or complacent, wallowing in my own perceived victimhood from my childhood. I found some people that also kind of were hopeless and didn't care about life. And those were the people I sought approval from. I didn't really care if I harmed myself or others. And a lot of those pieces allowed me not only to use substances, but to sell substances to others, right? I only saw my own selfish needs. And when we talk about treatment then, I just came to treatment, recently. We have to do it towards the end of our time. However, I really feel like Molly said, my change and my treatment started way before I came to Paradigm. Once I really started working through some of my childhood pieces and some of my feelings of unworthiness or feelings of inadequacy from my childhood, working through some of the remorse I felt and kind of the heaviness that put on me, and trying to work on some self-forgiveness pieces, and then find a purpose, and that helped me kind of give back. Those kind of started my journey, really to focus on sobriety. I've come, since then, with a whole plethora of tools that have allowed me to maintain sobriety for decades, right? Whether it's spirituality, meditation, time in nature, art, I've really working out. I've built a lot of tools now. And so I guess the biggest thing is who I am today is someone that wants to try to repair harm, both the harm that I've done and help others repair the harm they've done, right? And so when I look at my past, I understand it's definitely me. But there's such a difference between saying, here's an 18-year-old boy that doesn't care if he hurts anyone else or hurts himself, and here's a 43 or 44-year-old man who is trying to repair the harm on himself and others. That's where the sobriety comes in for me. And I understand there is no repairing harm in the substance use. Long term, I got my CPRS hours, my Certified Peer Recovery Specialist hours. I'm looking forward to testing upon my release, and that's a viable career path for me down the road once I become settled. So I'm really looking at trying to give back. So there's never a complacency. I already have some peer recovery specialists lined up that are working with me. I don't know if that answers your question, but I guess the whole mindset is different between now and then. But as long as I focus on helping others and living restoratively, that's what prevents me from ever sliding backwards. That's what's prevented me from sliding backwards during incarceration, and that's going to guide me to success upon my reentry. So, I don't know if that...
As far as maintaining contact with a supportive sobriety community, do you have any plans along those lines for your time after release?
Yes, ma'am. So Justin McNeil recently started Begin Anew, once I get my official CPRS, then I can go work on forensic endorsement, which is working with people who post-incarceration with substance use issues. Alicia Dottie from Minnesota Recovery Connection also works with me. So I have both of them already in place. And then, like I said, thinking about going to Chris and Jenna's, I reached out and got a case manager out of Source Careers. And they work with RAD, Recovery Alliance Duluth. And so I plan on I will have both virtual support that I can link up with at any time, but also looking at linking up with someone more local, out of RAD or wherever I end up paroling to. And then the other thing I talked to Ms. Spaniel about was, so in my naivete, I don't know how to do it yet, but I understand there's a whole lot of online support groups. And so I'm looking at linking up with people that are into Reiki or holistic healing and maybe trying to find some substance use support circles there. I know that there's some down towards the cities, but try to find a mix of virtual support and in-person support. So that's definitely something that I'm looking forward to doing and that I both plan on doing upon my release.
Are there opportunities, since you've completed your treatment in prison, to participate in AA or any community of that would be supportive of your efforts? I know that that's a difficult thing because of the confidentiality.
No, you asked a good question, and I can respectfully answer that. I don't know if you caught, so I've been a clerk in the substance use treatment in the unit for like 2.5 years. So pre that, I was working with supportive living services, guys with behavioral and mental health, and that's one part of our unit. And then I transitioned over and I did the treatment through Paradigm. And then I was a clerk for about 2.5 years. Post my commutation, in order for my boss to hire someone new, I had stepped aside and I started working transitions, but I still reside in our treatment unit. And so there's been a lot of opportunities. I participated in yoga, meditation, ACOA. Currently, I go to Talking Circle every week, which is more kind of a holistic healing speaking circle. I have the CPRS. Some of us that have the CPRS, they mark this on our ID, and so I stay very relevant with that. We just met with MRC. We're working on getting our testing done. So I stay very active in my recovery. There's also an art cabinet. Like Molly said, I found a lot of healing in that. So there has been a ton of options that anyone who resides on that unit has available to them. So I've been blessed for the last 3.5, 4 years to have those opportunities, and I've soaked them up like a sponge, While I've done an immense amount of healing, I don't think the healing journey is ever over. Nor is helping others on their healing journey. Like in restorative justice, we say you can't help others heal if you're not healed or healing yourself. And so I stay active, both restorative justice, but also on a daily walk through the recovery piece or the mental health piece as a way of trying to give back and for me to be mindful of where I'm at.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Any other questions? Mr. Johnson, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about the next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
I appreciate that. I kind of touched on this earlier. It's always hard realizing the ripple effect. Yesterday, to answer the question that was just asked, I went into one of the SUD groups and I spoke on the ripple effect. And so my sincerest apologies in the world go out to Randy and all the people that my actions have harmed. But I'm also simultaneously with that, the only way to repair harm is through living restoratively. And I've done it now consistently for a long time. And so I really look forward to the opportunity and hope for the opportunity to be able to come to the community and live restoratively there and try to make a difference out there. I realize ripple effects go both ways. There's negative ripple effects, and that's where I was at 18. and I'm genuinely trying and have been trying for 15 or 20 years now to leave some positive ripples. But I feel more than ready, and I'm excited for the opportunity when it does come to try to explore, whether it's teaching, like I said, art, or working with at-risk youth or substance use treatments out there. But I do say that very humbly. So.
Great. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this up for the board discussion about the potential next steps related. Thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are I would like to see him move to minimum and early release, and I'm thinking that's to both no for parole, but then I hope that the DOC will do that. But that's my discussion piece.
So you're thinking?
I think he deserves to start moving to minimum and getting to work release, and let's see what he does with chemical dependency. I think he's really demonstrated that he's used his time wisely, and I think the trick is always, he's been incarcerated for a long time, and so more incarceration to me at this point doesn't seem to make any sense.
Yeah, I would concur, and my biggest concern, one of the things that he talked about, and he said was that, and he didn't use the word challenge around this, but he talked about slowing down, and I hear this from so many of the folks that go out, that, there's a lot of life to live after you've been locked up, especially you're a young person who went in, and there's, you're trying to make up for a lot of life, even everything from how do you build retirement, how do you build income, how do you build a network, and just everything. And so that whole notion of slowing down, and I think we've seen people who have done so well inside, and yet that tendency just to want to go fast, not because they just got sucked up into it. And so I agree that and I think we could with somebody like him. One of the things that I'm mindful of is the fact that the board of pardons did commute his sentence, and I think that was a reflection of the fact that they believed that he was worthy of a commutation and making him immediately eligible, but they wanted to have this body make some decisions and manage a transition. And so I think I'm mindful of that, and so I think to do a transition, there could be a couple of ways to do that. One would be we could set either a continuance term that would be like a year, which would be mean that he would do a shorter stint, and if we moved him to minimum, he would be a minimum for let's say it took a month or it took whatever to get him to minimum, just by way of whatever. He'd have about 5 months of minimum. That would allow time for the work release folks to set up work release. He'd have about 6 months in work release, which would just give him some time, some experience there. And there would be a couple of ways for this to happen. We could, as a board, say today that, effectively setting a presumptive parole date, and with a review, or just saying, look, we're not going to set a presumptive parole date, you're going to come back. The nice thing about a presumptive parole date is that it gives that sense of, I have a date, but I also have the step down process that I will go through, and I think we know that he obviously could hear us talking about the fact that we want him to get there, but we want him to get there slowly and thoughtfully, and he's a smart guy, and he is gonna do that, and he has done a ton of work with but he's I look at it, he's got a relationship, and he's gonna have to manage. How is he gonna manage that? And the tech, all of these things, and he's got a plethora of options in front of him, what his life can look like, and so I think just that sense of being outside the fence will be a thing. Not that he can't manage it; he'll manage it, but I just feel like that transition could be worthwhile. So that's just the one thought.
So might I ask a question? Would that look like something like a presumptive parole date of August 6th, 2025 with a step down process between now and then DOC would decide the minimum and work release timing?
Yeah.
That's
how it would kind of look. That's what it would kind of look like, yeah.
And then there'd be no need for him to return so long as he met the qualifications and did well.
Literally, it could be that simple. So he has the parole date, wouldn't even need to come back as long as he met all of the conditions that were set. So that's we've done that before, where they had the parole date and it was done.
I think that's consistent with what the people inside the PRT said, that he could be released into the community, that they would support that if that were the decision. But I think you're outlining the steps would make sense, and I think giving him a definite date would be incentive for him to use that time wisely.
Mr. Larson?
I too am mindful of the fact that his sentence was commuted. And I am certainly more in favor of a step down, largely because I want him to be successful. And I think that step down process just allows for the transitioning, because it is such a huge change. So that is certainly something that I would be supportive of. I think for all the reasons that the other board members have mentioned.
Is there anybody that would like to move that?
Well, I'll make a motion for no parole today. No parole, right?
Okay. So but you could do it as.
I would prefer that. I just still don't understand the motion making.
So you could actually move a presumptive parole date of August 6th of 2025, conditioned upon successful transition to work release, to minimum and work release as set by the DOC, and then we can, if there were other conditions that we wanted to add to that, we can certainly do that. Obviously, remaining discipline free and all those other factors.
With no reappearance required.
Yeah, with no reappearance required, because we're setting the date, and he has that as long as he meets all the requirements.
I so move that.
A second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any other discussion related to that?
The only question, I'm sorry, Commissioner. The only question I have is so if what would the circumstances be that what would have to happen in terms of discipline, whatever, where he would not then be eligible? And it's really just a point of clarification for myself, and I apologize.
No, not at all. I think it would be some, any type of kind of discipline that were imposed in the facility, and or in work in minimum, and that contraband. It could be really anything, and I wouldn't expect that given his record has been spotless for so many years. But those sorts of things, any kind of fighting, any kind of misbehavior, obviously any type of theft, criminal behavior, any of those sorts of things would result in him being brought back, and we would notify the board of that, because he would not be paroled until that date. It's just so we would notify the board of that. I think as long as we're having this, I think some of the things I would really like to see some of the things that were recommended, that that he do some type of substance use aftercare, which I think he's already talked about, whatever that looks like, individual therapy, or focused on some of that interpersonal relationships. And I think there was some of that talk about self-care, right? Just that how do you, and especially how do you build that out in the community, where in the facilities, you can send a kite to somebody and you have that. So what are those resources? And you've identified a number of those, or he identified a number of those in his plan, but and using those resources as you do this through this step down process, I think will be important. And then I think further refining that those career options, because I think there was a lot of discussion. There's teaching, there's the peer recovery specialist role, there's the heating, the air, and all of those are viable and good things. I think it would be, what are those options, and just these are things to I would just encourage him to refine as he use this time to do that. Not that I have any grand expectation that he's going to have it all figured out. And then I think also just one of the things that was in the PRT notes, he does have a significant relationship that with that oftentimes those are big changes in people's lives as well. And how do you manage that when you go out into the community, and what does that transition look like? And I think would just be important as well as we look at this, and then remaining discipline free as a standard kind of condition. So we have a motion and a second. So with that, we will do a roll call vote. Board Member Alexander?
Yes.
Board Member Brady?
Yes.
Board Member Larson? Oh,
Yes.
yes. Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. 5 ayes, no noes. The motion prevails. So, Mr. Johnson, you have heard the decision. So, any questions about this? We will send you a letter just of explanation and some of that kind of stuff. The team there will work with HRU, and we'll get figured out, some of the transfer stuff. It's not going to happen just tomorrow, right? It's going to take some time. We'll get it figured out. But any thoughts about this?
So, first off, thank you guys for all your time. I don't know, maybe a month and a half-ish ago, I met with my caseworker, and so my release plan was come up with by me, my support network, transitions coordinator, release plan coordinator, case management. Like, I met with a lot of people on what does success look like. And so as I hear a lot of the concerns, a lot of them are things that I've already thought of. I guess my request would be, I've transitioned well every time I've been transferred. And so I don't know if there's a way to shorten minimum time and allow me more time in work release, because the real piece is, like, I think you hit it on the head. I believe it was you that said it, like, my work years ahead are shorter than the work years that should have been behind me at my age. And so when I have opportunities to give back teaching, or I have opportunities for work, because of my actions, I've already disappointed my support network immensely. And I don't want them to feel disappointed that they have a lot of opportunities lined up for me and then feel like their work wasn't valiant, right? And so I don't know if there'd be a way to shorten minimum time and extend it to work release time instead. I did put in a transitional plan, and I requested to go to Bethel if that's what was asked of me, because that's the county that I'm asking to reside in.
Yeah, I would say most. Yeah, we have to talk to them. That would make some sense. I agree.
But that would be my biggest request: is there a way that we could say, if it's a year, can we do a 3 and a 9, or can we minimize the time at minimum and allow me to transition, if that's what's being requested, to a work release faster, where I could save money and work on reacclimating to the community. Because really, when I'm in the community is the only way I'm going to learn technology, and the only way I'm going to be able to do some of these pieces. I did realize that I do go to aftercare every other week. We have aftercare. So I totally spaced it earlier when I was asked about the programs in the substance use treatment area. But I have stayed valiant in my own aftercare as well.
So let me just so the transition side, the department can do that. So
okay,
we have the ability, we have the authority in terms of some of the transfer side. So here's what what I could do. We can do is, I will just tell you, I'm a bit reticent, because this is that desire, right, to go, and yet I understand what you're saying. So here's what you write. Let's get the transfer going. You write at 60 days to me and Ms. Holmes Larson, and we will we'll have a conversation about seeing what, and start looking at Bethel. And maybe we look at a 4-month or whatever, so that to move you there, okay? But I want you to take some steps, right? So this is about you taking the steps to make that request, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, you got a parole date.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I definitely won't disappoint anyone. I look forward to seeing you guys see me be successful. So,
and we look forward to hearing about your success.
And you've got a wonderful, supportive sister, so make sure you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right.
The next one is also Moose Lake, so they're going to bring the Mr. Vang and his advocate.
Thank you.
All right. So what's up? This is James, the host with the most. Anyhow, man, I'm kind of surprised, that they actually paroled them. When it comes to Minnesota, I don't think I've seen that many people being found suitable for parole. It looks like we got the next gentleman coming up. If you do like this type of content, if you wouldn't mind, hitting that like button and subscribing, we'll really appreciate it. And let's see who they got coming up next.
All right.
Okay, they are there and ready once Chris comes back.
All right, looks like we're ready for Chris pull up the individual's information and check if I can find anything out about his case. So Vang gets life sentence in 2001, St. Paul, homicide. I think I added that to the description if anybody wants to look it up. And
Okay, thank you. How'd you know that?
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Director of the Hearings and Release Unit. We are here today to review Mr. Jerry Vang, who is present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in East Lake. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell.
Good afternoon.
Along with the rest of our board members, Member Christine Bray, Raina Alexander, Andrew Larson, Cheryl Ramstead, Juvenile Expert Jody Nelson, and Donald Strufert. We also have members of the public present in our room today. Mr. Vang has his advocate present with him, Mr. Darris, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. Our records indicate on August 7th of 2001 in Ramsey County, Minnesota, Jerry Vang and the victims had an earlier argument in which Jerry Vang felt disrespected. He later confronted the victims. As one of the victims approached Jerry Vang, Jerry fired gunshots from a distance of about 4 feet, killing the victim and injuring another. Jerry Vang caused the death of Kao Vang with intent to effect the death while committing or attempting to commit a drive-by shooting. He also attempted to kill the brother of the deceased. Mr. Vang was certified as an adult on November 6, 2001. Jerry Vang was sentenced to 30 years and 200 months by Ramsey County District Court on October 6 of 2010. Mr. Vang's sentences were vacated by the court, and on March 5, 2012, he was sentenced to murder first degree with intent while committing a felony and attempt to commit murder first degree. He received a 30-year life sentence and a 90-month sentence to be served consecutive. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Vang has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. Today's review represents his first review by the board after serving approximately 23 years of incarceration. Mr. Vang's parole eligibility date on his life sentence is August 5th of 2031. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Jerry Vang is eligible to be considered for release after serving 20 years of incarceration. This equates to August 5th of 2021. Thank you. And before the board begins, I'm going to turn this matter over to Drea Stefani from the Victim Services Restorative Justice Unit.
I'm going to be reading a statement that was provided by the surviving family members of Cal Vang. We would like this letter to be public. We are the surviving family of Cal Vang. We are choosing not to appear in person, by telephone, or by video conference, as this matter is very difficult for us to cope with. When Cal first passed away on August 7th, 2001, our family was devastated. He was not just the oldest son to his parents, but the oldest brother to his 5 younger siblings. Ku was only 14 when he was shot along with Cal and sustained injuries that will always remind him of that day. Ken was also present that day, ran from the bullets Jerry was firing and barely escaped being shot at. He was only 12. Val witnessed her older brother lying there covered in blood, running out of breath, with blood spatter across the neighbor's garage. She was only 13. 2 younger siblings, Bai and Cha, were only 11 and 4 as they stood there watching the police putting up yellow tape and keeping them from seeing their older brother. When the news broke to Kau's parents, Nachu and Maihua, that 3 of their sons were shot at, leaving 1 deceased, 1 injured, and 1 who was lucky enough to escape. What do you think that their reactions were? No words can explain the pain Nachu and Mai experienced on that day. Although we understand that Jerry was young at the time too, it would not be fair to our family as Cal, Ku, Ken, Bao, Bai, and Cha were all young as well. They knew killing someone was the wrong thing to do. 10 years after the death of Kao, as the family, we had yet again to stand on the witness stand to experience another heartache due to a retrial. Although we thought it was unfair, we understood that in order to put this person in prison for life, we will endure the pain once again. Now, 13 years after the second retrial, we receive a letter that Jerry is eligible for parole, and his hearing date is set on August 6, 2024, exactly 22 years and 1 day before Kao's death anniversary. By no means are we blaming anyone for the coincidence of this date, but we hope that you can all understand why our family is in such distraught. 22 years, and yet we have to try to heal from this tragedy. When we visit Kao's gravesite, only tears fill our eyes. We feel so helpless in this situation, as if we don't say a word when anyone sees our cries. Kao was a wonderful son. When he got his first paycheck at only 15 years old, he gave it all to his family to buy food for his younger siblings. He was the best older brother who made up games such as Anaconda, hunting, and sharks just to spend time with his 5 younger siblings. We can go on and on about the memories we had with him, but those memories now only linger with tears instead of enjoyment. One of the questions suggested in the methods and guidance on how to prepare for a meeting with the Supervised Release Board asked, what were some of their favorite things? Sadly, our family is unable to answer that, as we are not as lucky as Jerry's family to have been able to ask Kao what his favorite things are now. It is not fair that if Jerry goes on parole, he will get to live the life Kao never got to live. We uprooted our lives from the home and memories that we had with Kao, relocated to a place we thought would keep us safe. Yet rumors spread like wildfire. Imagine living a life of fear that Jerry's people are out to get you. For years, afraid and hiding. For what reason should we have to suffer even after Kao's death? Will we have to uproot our lives again? Can Jerry truly atone to taking a life when he is released? Can he give Kao back to us just as Jerry can get out on parole? So many questions run through our minds. We want to be understanding. We want to feel sympathy. We want to think that he was young too. Maybe he changed, but our fears, our tears, and our hearts just cannot bear it. We are the ones left behind with memories of that day. As much as we want to forgive, we simply cannot. We ask that Mr. Paul Schnell, Ms. Raina Alexander, Ms. Christine Bray, Mr. Andrew Larson, Ms. Jody Nelson, Ms. Cheryl Ramstead, and Mr. Don Struford. Please hear us. If you can feel sympathy for Jerry because he was underage when he took Cow's life, then please find sympathy in Cow as well, as he was only 15. Sincerely, Cow's surviving family members.
Thank you. So we want to make sure that victims have an opportunity to make a decision how they provide information. In this case, they provided a statement to victim services and asked that it be read into the record here. With that, I would like to open the floor to you, Mr. Vang, and start off by asking you to tell the board what it is that you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like to start off by greeting the members of the board and acknowledging that tomorrow will mark the 23rd year of me selfishly taking Kyle Vang's life, hurting Koo and countless others. I take full accountability and responsibility for what I've done, and I'm deeply sorry. And my ask today will be allowed to transition down a minimum security facility to where I could gain skills and tools that will help me in my future, in my reintegration into the community. Like IGWIC in the construction field, something I see myself doing in my future. I see myself involving in a trades union, and that will help support and train me for specific jobs, and allow me to get my driver's license because I have my permits now and continue to do things in my community that could be helpful. After that, I'd like to transition to work release, where I have a job waiting with my cousin at a metal finishing company. And with me being there with them will allow him to support me in many ways, as that would be my first job experience, and being in that professional setting will be helpful in my future. I was a 14-year-old that was selfish and looking for things in the wrong places, and I want to acknowledge that and apologize for what I've done, and that is my ask.
Thank you for that. Can you talk, there's no doubt that you were young and you're not the same person. Can you talk a little bit about, the change that has happened in you, the man you are today, what that journey has been?
It was a long road coming in as a 14-year-old in facilities full of men. I was afraid, but I had to put up a strong front to be able to make it. But coming in, being in a youth offender program, we were made to get involved in restorative justice, the Whole Heart program, where we will make quilts, fundraise, and donate to battered women's shelter, and single mothers, and homeless kids. Also, through my accomplishments is my high school diploma, being allowed to take college courses while I complete my high school diploma, and through support of the many members of my community in here, staff and my peers, It was a long and difficult journey. It took a lot of reflecting, and I'm a 37-year-old man in front of you. I matured a lot, and my values are different. Things that I valued then and now. I value life, peace, and family, and I just. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. And
That's okay. It's okay. So, if you think of all the things that you've done over the course of your term of incarceration, what has been most influential and how?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You think about all of the things that you've been involved in during the course of your incarceration. What has been most influential to you, and how has it been influential?
Through restorative justice, allowing me to see the ripple effects that my actions have caused. There, I can only begin to understand the pain and anguish I caused. And then coming to treatment, completing treatment, and seeing that I could be a valuable member of the treatment community, it made me feel good about the things that I've done and things that I've accomplished. But to understand the type of pain that my actions caused was the greatest.
There was a question I was going to ask. Maybe I'll open it up for questions, and then we'll go to Mr. Darius. But other members have questions.
Mr. Vang, I would like to hear your reaction to the letter that was read by the victim survivors. And hearing that, what do you think this board should do now?
It was difficult. I know that there's nothing I could do or say to bring back their loved ones. And knowing that I took an eldest son, as I am the eldest son of immigrants fleeing war and persecution for a better life in America, having time to reflect, I become a prideful man of who my ancestors were and the people that sacrificed their lives for me to be here. And I know that pain remains, and there's nothing I can say and do to change that. Going forward, I want to be allowed to live in a way where it's respectable, can undo some of the harm that I've caused my community, and continue to help and share my story with the youth in the Hmong community. That's like it.
Do you think that letter, though, what would you do if you were sitting on the board after hearing that letter?
I mean, I was a selfish kid that made a horrible decision. I don't know, or I don't know how to answer that question. I imagine it would be difficult.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vang. One question I had for you, I think as I was reviewing your packet, one of the things that kind of stuck out to me and was just kind of looking for some insight for you. So when you transferred to Moose Lake or a medium facility. If I understood correctly, you initially struggled a little bit with that transition. Did I understand that correctly?
In a way, yes, with living situations, because I was in a single man and in a different facility, coming from closed custody to a medium security and having to share bathrooms. Those were my struggles.
So, and I appreciate the clarification. So how did you manage that? Like, what are things you had to do to kind of overcome that? Because like I said, I can certainly appreciate that would be a big transition. So what did you have to do to adjust to that?
I had to be mindful of others, and they could be going through some things also. And I wanted like peace in my community, and I was concerned about my well-being as well as my peers. And there was no use in me just sitting, being mad and angry about my living situation. All I could do is trying to make a change and find solutions.
Thank you.
Question, if I may.
Yeah.
Mr. Vang, could you help me understand a little bit where you've had other experience of addressing the harm and the hurt that was relayed to all of us in that letter? A letter is certainly one source of that, but where else might have you encountered that? And has there been any gain from when it was encountered in the opportunities provided while incarcerated?
Thank you. Through experiencing loss of my own. I lost both grandmothers since I've been here. And in 2012, when I came back from my second trial, my mother had a stroke. And then I wanted to gain parole eventually, so I wanted to do the best I could to make it out there and be the man that I should have been for her, be there for her, help support her through the hard times, as she done a lot for me as a single mother. And she continued to have health issues, and I did not understand that pain until I lost my mother. And I feel like this gave me opportunity. This is close, and she's not going to be there to see me. Because I made tremendous changes in my life, and that's where I seen the pain and that I've caused, just not to the Vang family, but it affected mine also. And I can't apologize enough.
I understand that you've had those experiences of deep and painful loss. Okay. Has there been any opportunity, or what's been the opportunity to be confronted by that loss from others? I guess I think we're all sort of in the same sort of helpless position now. What helps when there's such loss? And I see you wanting to make it, to reduce harm, right? But there's this frustration or this block of how do I address harm that seems to be ongoing and unstoppable. Any insights there from your experience?
Well, as I spoke about my community, I want to be able to share my story and help deter the youth and to continue down this destructive path and help them see the lies of this lifestyle and repair my community.
How have you experienced community like that? I really appreciate your focus on community and where's been some of the good spots or where the community been experienced while incarcerated?
And every single facility I've been to, I'm not sure if I understand the question that you're asking. Oh, so okay. I graduated treatment, SUD treatment, in December of 2023. I was allowed to stay because I'm seen as a positive peer in my community. I facilitate support groups. I'm a mentor who help resolve conflicts between individuals that not seeing eye to eye. And I'm a sponsor. I help my peers get through their individual treatment plans, and I'm just there to support my peers emotionally and morally.
So I'm understanding you found people have accepted your contribution and people have been able to see that you can contribute to this diminishment of harm, diminishment particularly of the potential for harm. That's going on. And that's been available to you, okay? I guess I'm focused a little bit. The difficult thing is what's been there, where have you experienced some acceptance of you because of the crimes that you've committed and the convictions that you've been given? I see you've been able to contribute, move beyond it. How others recognize that?
Today I'm accountable for everything that I've done. I'm responsible. And I could give you an example of some things I've done in my past that recently has come up. I mistreated a person for their crime. I ostracized them from a group exercise, and this was 12 years ago. I didn't understand the impact that I had on him, and to this day he remembered and felt that I brought up pain in his past, and I was able to sit down with them and acknowledge my wrongs and apologize and make amends with this person. If I'm answering your question.
Yes, you are. Please continue.
So I want to play a bigger role in my community, and these are certain things that are holding me back. My past. Everybody's going to see me as that young kid that came into prison. The only thing that mattered to him was the perception of everyone, and who hid behind a mask and wasn't accountable for any of his actions, didn't really care about who he hurt. And today, I can honestly say I'm humble enough to acknowledge everything I've done and things I've done to hurt people.
You've accomplished or been striving to accomplish a lot. Can you give me some examples of how other people have recognized your accomplishments?
There are staff that do recognize me as an unofficial mentor. I don't get paid for it. I see young men like myself coming in, are struggling to see their potential in the path that they're taking in life. And I take time to work with these fellas and do the best I can to help them see the direction that they're heading in. And I've been recognized as a tutor year in and year out since my incarceration. Getting certificates for it. I'm sorry, just this moment, and I'm drawing a blank.
Okay, well done. Thank you. Thank you. It's been helpful for me to hear those things.
Thank you for the question.
Do they see the letters of support?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Vang, you might consider the letters of support that you received, that we have had a chance to read in the packet. They were quite, I was impressed by them. And one of your supporters said that you are a fine young man with immense potential. So remember that.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Darius to provide your insights. I really appreciate you being here in support of Mr. Vang today. So I would just like to hear from you and just your thoughts on Mr. Vang and what you've seen in him over time.
I'm actually going to do this a little bit different, Mr. Commissioner and members of the board, if you all will give me just a moment.
Absolutely.
I just want to talk a little bit about myself first. I am and have been the executive director of several multi-million-dollar organizations for years. I have been appointed by our very governor, Tim Walsh, to be over the State Board of Public Defense. There are 7 board members that are over every last single public defender within this state. I currently serve as board chair over the Legal Revolution. I'm also on several national boards, including the Tides Foundation. That's a multi-billion-dollar foundation. I have worked as campaign manager over multiple political campaigns for years. I'm a political strategist and a politico in the Twin Cities. I hire dozens of people. I'm in the process, in fact, of hiring about 25 people to do community canvassing. I'm on the Minnesota Black Chamber of Commerce's board. I'm on the executive committee of that board. I'm the registered lobbyist for the Black Chamber. I'm also the chair of the Public Policy Committee as well. I've worked for the ACLU for 3 years. I worked for multiple other organizations for many other years as well. And a host of other things that I've done over the years. Most recently, in fact, I'll be heading down to Chicago. I'm a delegate in the DNC. I'm also one of 10 electors in the state of Minnesota as part of the Electoral College. I was elected out of one of the conventions a month ago. It was a challenging process to be one of 10, but I'm one of 10 presidential electors in this state. I've done all of that and more, including being recognized as 40 under 40 by the Minneapolis and St. Paul Business Journal, as well as just a few weeks ago, I've returned from Harvard with a fellowship. I say all of that to say, and I also knew Jerry Vang 2 decades ago. I too was a juvenile lifer. I was sentenced by a judge to spend the rest of my natural life in the care of the Commissioner of Corrections. I served about 17 and a half years. I got the life sentence reversed on appeal. So I was able to come home, but I still did nearly 2 decades first. I actually saw Jerry Vang when he first came into the prison. Very first day, I mean, his foot stepping into the unit itself, I saw him. And many of us were shocked and surprised at how little he was compared to the rest of us. I mean, I was a teenager myself. I was 17, but he was so tiny. I mean, he's meatier now, but he was so tiny then, right? And we were thinking to ourselves, what is this guy doing? Like, why is he in here with us? He was 14. I mean, we were just shocked and appalled. And so I've known Jerry myself as a juvenile lifer from 2 decades ago, and I've known him for these 2 decades. I've watched Jerry come in as a child who engaged as a child. He behaved as a child. Many of us, I mean, we were children, but he was the youngest among us by far. It wasn't even close. He was the only 14-year-old inside of the program. And I could sense the heart that Jerry had. There was a certain exterior that he had to have, and the other juveniles like myself, we had to have, because unlike today where the juveniles are segregated and they have their own unit, that's not our experience. That's not the experience I had, and it's not the experience that Jerry had. We were placed in with the adults, and many of the adults were, quite frankly, upset that we were in the prison with them. They felt that we got too many privileges. To this day, I'm still perplexed as to the privileges that they thought we had. And so we got into a lot of physical altercations with them. The juveniles had to band together, and we had to protect each other. We showered with the adults. We double bunked with the adults. It was a very challenging experience. And so you had to have a certain demeanor to survive that experience. Within that experience, I was able to see snapshots of Jerry's heart. We were all part of the restorative justice program in St. Cloud Prison named Whole Heart. It was by compulsion with me, I'll be frank. It was part of the programming, and so I did the most minimum of programming hours that I had to do, and that was it. But there was one person who dedicated countless hours to the Whole Heart Project. Now, the Whole Heart Project, Jerry alluded to it, but I want to talk about it just a bit. What the Whole Heart Project does, I hope it still exists, it looks to support women and children who are running from domestic violence situations. They're inside of shelters. And a lot of times, these victims, they pick up and they go immediately. They leave everything behind. And so what the program does is it collects food. It sends food to them. It sends clothing to them. They quilt blankets and other materials for them. And Jerry was the one that stayed behind for hours in the program. He was typically the only one up with one of the officers by the name of Mark. I wish Mark was here today, but him and Mark would be the two up there sewing, knitting, build, and just doing all types of craft to send the materials out to the people inside of those shelters. And I was always impressed by it, not impressed enough to join him, but I was always impressed enough that he would commit such amount of time to this program. I've watched Jerry over the years grow and mature into a young man. I've seen him struggle. I've seen him accelerate over the past few years. I've really seen Jerry grow into a fun. I mean, you all have an opportunity to see the phenomenal young man that he has grown into. That's not to say that he hasn't had challenges within the facility. And that is by no means to minimize the extraordinary harm that Jerry is responsible for. It's the reason that he's currently detained now. It doesn't diminish that in the least bit, but Jerry over the years have participated and continues to participate in restorative justice. And one of the aspects of restorative justice is recognizing that justice has no end date. There's no wand that we can ever wave over an impacted family or an impacted community and say, through this act, you are now right, you are now healed. There's nothing that we could ever do to compel any family, any community to say, through this act, you're healed. But what we recognize, those of us who are currently or formerly incarcerated, is the life that we lead, the things that we do, the ways that we contribute, the way that we sacrifice. Jerry hasn't talked about all of the programming that he's done inside of restorative justice. He hasn't talked about all of the money that he's donated to causes inside of the prison and also outside of the prison over years. He, in fact, refused to bring that up, and I'm bringing it up on his behalf. And a host of other things that we do in here in order to recognize some of the bedrock principles of restorative justice. Part of it is accountability. Part of it is forgiveness. And so while there is no end date on justice, there is an end date on the prison sentence itself. Some would say, what could Jerry possibly contribute to the other side of this wall? And I, of all people on this earth, am a prime example of the level of contribution that those of us who have walked in these halls can contribute on the other side. Who would have ever thought that someone like me, who was given a life sentence at 15 years old, never went to high school at all, would be able to come out and contribute to society and to my community the way that I have? We are looked at as community leaders. I partner with government entities, with community leaders all the time, looking to see how can we make our community better. There are certain locks that those of us who have walked down certain halls are the only ones who have the keys to. You have to have a certain lived experience to be able to walk into certain places and speak life and energy over those spaces. Many of you all know this is true through your experience and through the need that you all have to partner with those of us who have been in here, right? And who are out there making a significant difference. Jerry can and has make a significant impact in his community. We need voices like his, especially within the Hmong community. If anyone is aware of some of the challenges that we are facing, particularly with the young generation, then you would know how vital a voice like Jerry's is. My community knows how vital a voice like mine's is. So they're able to call me up because I've walked these halls. We have shedded the exteriors that doesn't allow us to be humble enough to sit down with someone in prison who we may have harmed and said, I apologize for the harm that I've caused. I mean, that takes a level of humility and personal growth and development that is challenging on the other side of these walls. We need people who have shedded those layers to come out and to make an impact. And so I am here before this board now, committing to you all that I will continue to have personal mentorship for Jerry as one of the only human beings on this earth who has walked the walk that he has, who has heard the very same words, I sentence you to spend the rest of your natural life in the care of the Commissioner of Corrections. I've heard the words. There's not too many humans on earth who can say this. And if you look at me now, I am thriving. And I have committed to Jerry. Jerry's called me over the years telling me how proud he was. He would see me on this interview. He would see me doing this. He would see me doing that. And I told Jerry, you're going to come home one day and I'm going to continue to mentor you. I'm committing to this board that I and my organization, we're going to continue to make sure that Jerry is as successful as possible, that he has the resources that he needs, that he has the insights. I needed people that I could call upon. Jerry has me and others that he could call upon. They've helped me see some of the blind spots that I didn't see. I heard Jerry say today, unlike I've heard other people say, that he wants to be transitioned down to minimal. I think that is phenomenal for him to say and for him to recognize, not to say, hey, I want to just go home. Because those of us who are juvenile lifers, it is crucial for us to walk down this process, for him to experience something like minimum, in which he's going out amongst what we call free people, right? And then coming home. Then coming back to the prison and then experiencing it again and again and allowing the energy of this place to process down as he comes home and is ready to contribute meaningfully on the other side of this wall. And so I was happy to hear him ask you all of that. I support that type of a process down. I think that it will be healthy for him. It'll be healthy for the community, healthy for his family, and allow for a process to occur that will take some of the energy that this place puts on a person to process out as well. Mr. Commissioner and members of the board, I thank you all for allowing me to come before you all and to advocate strenuously on behalf of Jerry. I don't do this often. I have a lot of demands on my time, but there are some moments in which it becomes crucial to put everything to the side and to make sure that I show up. And for Jerry, I'll show up every last single time. He is an exceptional young man. I've seen him from the 14-year-old that he was to the 37-year-old man that he is now, and I'll continue to support him.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here and appreciate your passionate support of Mr. Vang. Mr. Vang, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about the next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments before we go into deliberation.
I just want to thank everybody for being here. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm thankful for my support network. I'm thankful Darius for being here today on my behalf. I just hope that you've seen, I gave you enough that you realize the man I become and not the 14-year-old that selfishly took someone's life, hurt another person, hurt Ku, took Kyle's life. Now I'm a man who's matured and is going to continue to be of service to my community. And I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the discussion, and during the board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would just open this to the board for discussion or thoughts.
Mr. Commissioner, I guess I did have one question or point of clarification. So I know in his particular case, he has a 90-month consecutive sentence on top of the life. Does that impact reduction in custody, or ability to participate in minimum? Just kind of curious how that plays into all of this.
So we have the board would have some options here. The board has the ability could parole on the life sentence only, and that would move him to the consecutive 90-month sentence. The board could parole on both the life sentence and the consecutive sentence, and effectively collapse them. So that really becomes the option. The board could parole on the life sentence, move him into the consecutive sentence, and set a term of continuance that's shorter, right? So that it could be whatever, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever that looks like, and so that he is seen sooner. And the board could do whatever it wants in terms of we would, if the board felt like he is in a position where the board felt like they were looking. The thought was to look at moving him toward parole. Then we would. I think it would be wise for us to be looking at moving him down in custody level toward minimum. That would be the wise move. So it really is dependent upon the board's wishes.
So, and I appreciate the explanation, and I recognize there might be some complexity with this because of that consecutive sentence. Does the consecutive sentence stand in the way of a reduction to minimum, or would we have to address that consecutive sentence? And maybe I'm not being 100% clear, and if I'm not, I apologize, and I can attempt to kind of clarify my question better.
No, I think in general it may, under normal conditions, but I think it really is. I think it's really the conversation is if we're moving him to the consecutive sentence, paroling him on the life sentence and moving him to the consecutive, and the objective is to see how he manages a transition to minimum custody, then that's something I think the department would support, because the board is really trying to see how he manages that change. And so I think that's really kind of the direction side of this. And I think that's where the flexibility is. And, I think where even when I was making the decisions as the commissioner making them, we would move people outside of what the normal or standard would be, just based on the fact that we were going in a certain direction. So I think for the board, if that were the intention, to test how he were to manage that transition to minimum custody, that would be, we would certainly look at moving him we would move him to minimum in that way.
My read of the materials and then listening to Mr. Vang and his advocate today, I'm all along have been impressed with the supports, impressed with the work that he's done. I'm supportive of what the PRT supports, which said either step down or no step down and entry into the community. And so I think him asking for the step down plan, I'm in support of that. And I thought his plan was really a good one, the written plan.
I'm likewise supportive of his going to minimum. Could you help me understand what continued programs would be available to him? I think I agree the vocational training is very good. What other programs might be available that he has not had the opportunity to engage in minimum?
Depending upon depending upon where he goes for minimum, I mean, he had some very specific interests because he was interested in Red Wing because of a particular program there. We only recently started to move lifers there, and so that's been developing programming. I think there were some recommendations around, RJ and alternatives to violence or some of the COG skills stuff. I think there can be things like outside organizations that he could establish connections with, at any of the facilities. That kind of the AA support stuff that would be generally available.
So I'm pleased both in minimum, but then that connection to the outside support is also, that's what I was not aware of. I appreciate that or support that very much. Yeah.
The question is really, what does this look like by way of structure? Is this a parole on the life sentence and to the consecutive 90-month, or is this a parole on both? Well, it would be a parole on both. A continuance, or it could, because I think the core question here is, are you going to parole to the consecutive sentence and move him to minimum, or are we just moving him and setting a term of continuance in the minimum custody and wanting to see him with those conditions?
I think it makes sense to at least move him to his 90 months, because we're still talking about a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't preclude a move to minimum. I do think he needs access to more programming and some resources around substance abuse and even mental health and his depression. But I guess I'm just addressing, at least that's a place for us to start.
So in constructive parole could be granted as early as today. So because it's constructive parole, it can be granted today, and he starts his 90-month sentence. But we would have then set a term of review, which could be whatever the board decided that review should be, and then we would move him to minimum with the programming recommendations of I'm hearing some.
So then, Commissioner, do we have the opportunity to parole him twice? So we parole him from the life sentence. We set the step down process in motion. We say another year, however long, we meet again, and at that point we could parole him from the 90 months.
Correct. So we just move to supervised release on that.
On that, okay.
Yep.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
And there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion on that?
Could you please clarify what the motion is?
So it would be a movement would be effective to parole, and would that be today?
Yes.
Just parole him, really a constructive parole today to his consecutive 90-month sentence, with a recommendation that he move to, you didn't set a term of continuance to that. You had
a year.
The 1 year continuance.
So we'd meet in a year.
So that's the motion. We can add some other program stuff, but that would be the motion. And that's what you're seconding. Any other discussion or questions about that?
Just clarification, so in a year, we would just be reviewing.
That's correct. It's a review, and the board could act if it wanted to. It could step down further. It could continue again. It could move to a different facility. It could extend the term of continuance. It could do whatever the board wants to do.
How does paroling on the first degree charge and moving to the 90-month charge affect supervised release? Does it affect how long supervised release could be?
No, he would still be subject to. No matter what happens, even if he has this 90 months, so he would have to serve 2/3 of that sentence, so 60 months, 5 years. And then, he is still subject to parole, supervised release for the remainder of up to the remainder of his life.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just another piece, I'll try to not muddy the waters too much. If you parole on his life sentence, he is technically on supervision, on parole status for that life sentence. So he has to follow the rules. And if he were to make a mistake, he could get revoked on that parole.
Bingo, yes.
And he still has his 90-month consecutive to continue to serve.
And supervised release will last for his lifetime?
I think a year is too aggressive. I'll just say that. I know we have a motion and a second. Now it's time for discussion. I'm just going to tell you, I think a year is far too aggressive a period of time for any sort of a realistic step down. So I'll just put that out there.
Yeah, I agree with Andrew on this.
I agree with the
Especially there was just the move to minimum. Yeah.
So I'm hearing, that there is that movement. So what does, just for those that are saying that's aggressive, what's better in your view?
My thinking is 3 years.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking 3 years also. I'm, comfortable with the step down to, or, moving to the typical lifer step down, moving from minimum or moving from medium to minimum, but a year feels, 3 years felt a little better to me. I agree.
I think the continuance and getting into that is going to be very helpful for Mr. Lang. Two other objectives here. What's the impact to the bigger community? What out of this can say that we're reducing violence in the future, or how are we impacting some of his goals of preventing further violence with this? And likewise, how is it helping the healing of the victim family? So I see, 3 objectives here. And I think with either 1 year or maybe even 3 years, what are the opportunities to address all 3 objectives in the next 3 years? And that I'm not familiar with. I'm naive there. But would like to see that. I like to see that as an opportunity to pursue all 3. I think we can, or I think this will do it, yeah.
Just so I'm clear, Doug, are you saying if we continue for 3 years?
Well, I'm sort of debating what's going to be best for, I respect and want to support his idea of what can he do in his community and how is this going to help his work within his identified community out there. Likewise, how does this impact the victim or the family who we heard from and their pain and their, okay. Is there a difference between 1 and 3 years? 3 years, it may, with the fear of the family, many times the family goes at a much slower pace than anybody else. So the 3 years may be more of a platform for movement there, with less of a negative push of too fast, too soon, too much. I'm just thinking this through now. Good questions.
Well, I was sort of leaning more with 2 years, just in discussion and listening. But you make a point about the victim survivors.
Bingo.
And they did express the difficulty of coming back again, and then again, and then that made me think, 1 year later, and then I'm even thinking, I don't know, I don't know if it matters.
No.
That's my concern with the victim's family, and I don't have this quite figured out how to say this in a good way, but I also wonder, what have they done to try to heal? Is that, I just don't know. I don't know what their story is. I don't know what they've attempted. In my work, I see this group of boys out on the street. He happened to have the gun. If there'd not been a gun, these are just these 14-year-old idiot boys out there. It happens a lot. It happens all the time. I can't get out of my head that a 14-year-old was put into adult prison, and I would like to see him get out of there as soon as possible and be successful.
So we have a motion, and we have some differences here in terms of that time. I guess we have a 1 year, 3 year. We can vote on the motion as it stands. I don't know that it's going to be successful. It sounds like that may not, but unless there's something else people want to look at.
When we say continuance, I guess help me understand. The continuance is when we're going to meet again to review this case again?
Correct.
And we're talking if we review it within 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. I'm moving towards the 1 year. Let's have that opportunity. This will be helpful for me to see what can be accomplished in 1 year. Is that the fastest pace that we could go? Or here again, we've got more opportunity to take it a little step at a time. What can be accomplished in 1 year is what I would be looking for. And that'll be very helpful for me to understand that better, or to watch that process. And we have the same opportunities to continue for 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years at any time, is my understanding.
You're talking about at the next meeting, if we decided to do that. So we have a motion and a second. We'll run the vote. Board Member Alexander.
No.
Board Member Brady.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
No.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
Schnell votes no. It's 4-3 on the no side. And I'll just be clear, my vote really is grounded in the bringing the victim back. I'm really stuck on that whole notion that they talked about on the court side, and I feel like, especially the plea at the end of the letter where they and again, it's not. I'm trying to find the place here that I want to recognize the work that Mr. Vang has done, and at the same time try and honor the fact that this process, we're beginning a process now for this family.
Yes.
And it's going to be a process.
Yes.
And so, but I fear that, you know, this is an opening of communication with them, and I fear that the year is quicker. I'm not so convinced that 3 is right either. I guess for purposes of, you know, I could feel better at 2, just because I think I'm trying to find a sweeter spot where at least there's a message that I want, that I hope that the family knows that, you know, they're being heard. And I don't think anybody is not hearing that. But I also think that we're in a position where, you know, we're trying to recognize the good work that Mr. Vang has done, the work he needs to do, and at the same time honor the needs of this family.
So I would make a motion for 2 years, 2-year review.
Okay.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion about that? We'll call the roll on that.
I think just one thing that I do want to say is that I'm just, and as we spoke to the last person who, you know, had been pardoned or having his sentence had been communed, there was always talk about not going too fast and slowing things down. And I'm just confused why all of a sudden with somebody else we're trying to go as fast as we possibly can. And that just makes me very nervous. So just wanted to say that. And so.
So I'm going to, on the vote, Board Member Alexander to the motion with 2 years.
No.
Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
Board Member Schnell votes yes. And the motion will prevail in a 5-2 vote. So we would see Mr. Vang in 2 years. And then by way of conditions, I heard discussions around RJ engagement with that the vocational programming that was requested, and I would just say Mr. Vang will do our best to try and facilitate in accordance with the objectives that you've set forth, the boiler program and those sorts of things. I know that there's a high need for people with boiler license. I can tell you that unequivocally because we're having a hard time hiring them. That we would want you to, you know, maintain your sobriety and engage in some level of aftercare programming, whatever that looks like. We would like you to begin to develop an outside engagement with an outside network of support, and even the ways in which you might, that network around the ways that you're going to support that community work that you want to engage in and do. Participate in available programming around RJ or building character, alternatives to violence, critical thinking, COG programs that may be available at that in the facility. And you've done some of these, but we think, you know, the places where there's new opportunities, you know, could be less. I do really want to challenge you around the notions around this transition and you know, your transitions have been, you know, in a correctional setting. You're going out now into a minimum, which is going to be, again, a different type of setting outside the fence. You're going to be going out into the community with a crew, potentially, as you look at this, depending upon where you go. That will provide you with some different opportunities. And I look forward to seeing how you manage that, and especially how you manage that from the standpoint of what it raises in you, because as you talked about, and as Mr. Darius talked about, this is just such a substantial change when you came into that place at 14 years old, and you go from there. And then obviously the last expectation would be that you remain discipline free. And I just want to say I understand and know that you may feel disappointed in this decision. But I want you to hear loud and clear that I think nobody here is saying that you have done that the things you have done have been in vain. That you have done quite well. I think you hear in us this desire to try and balance the good work you've done with the desire to try and balance the interests of a family who remains in that struggle and battle for justice that Mr. Darius talked about, and that's going to be ongoing. It's not going to go away, but it is, as he talked about, a process, and that process, when you start talking about parole and supervised release, is now beginning, and is something that they will go through with you and with us as a collective. And so that's what today represents for them. So you are paroled from your life sentence as of today, and are now into your consecutive sentence with a 2-year continuance and conditions as set forth. And you will get a letter laying all this out as well. Any questions?
I thought you said no to the parole. I'm sorry, I don't.
No, it is. He is paroled on his life sentence.
Okay.
Any questions, Mr. Vang?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll conclude.
Next on the docket is Noel Escarsega. He's got his sister.
These are hard cases because he's got Andrea.
Just want to get him ready.
Bearbo, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Hi, we sure can. We just need a really quick break. So we'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
I don't know if they probably won't, but if you just. So if you. Yeah. No, you're fine.
very confusing. No, she was just saying it's confusing because he has
Yeah. Right. Otherwise,
Did you? Oh, in between. No, I went out to my car and did a call. Did a Zoom call. Actually, I looked up the number for a little while and then I didn't I was gonna be quiet. Yeah. Hanson reported. But that was a nice kind of.
Okay, yeah, okay, oh, yeah, okay.
So
Got it, that's what, okay, that's why, and
I'm
jumping in.
No, I'm glad you did. Anytime. Just feel free to clarify.
Yeah.
Becky?
That's my hurry. Yeah. And then what else? And so that's why I was kind of appreciate it. I think we did.
Summarize and put it in.
Yeah, eventually we'll get to the point
Yeah,
where,
right,
you know,
exactly.
Can I have the advocate on the line if you want?
Thank you.
I'll bring her in. Miss Escarsega, are you there?
Narcissistic. Yes. And I don't know if that's like a thread is I hear that. There's been at least one other advocate that I thought, your guy there. Because I know, so now I mean, well, that's how much attention required. That's like, that's what I, yeah.
Miss Escarsega, can you hear us?
I hope you.
Hi, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
All
we're
right.
gonna get started here in
Wonderful,
just a
thank
moment.
you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We are here today to review Noel Escarsega, who is present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with the rest of the board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Raina Alexander, Member Andrew Larson, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert Member Donald Strufert. We also have some members of the public present in our room. Mr. Escarsega has his sister and advocate present by phone today. Ms. Escarsega, you can hear us, correct?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much. Our records indicate on May 1st, 2006, Noel Escarsega and 4 members of the Serenos 13 gang planned to shoot a member of the Vedos Locust gang. Noel Escarsega and his co-defendants drove to the victim's residence in Bloomington in Hennepin County, Minnesota. Mr. Escarsega and Jose Chavarria Cruz got out of the vehicle and approached victim Charlie Hernandez Perez, who was standing outside his home. Chavarria Cruz shot Mr. Hernandez Perez approximately 4 times. Mr. Escarsega attempted to shoot the victim, but his gun jammed. Carlos, also known as Charlie Hernandez Perez, died as a result of his injuries. On April 1st of 2008, Noel Escarsega was sentenced to 362 months, approximately 30 years, by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of second-degree intentional murder for the benefit of a gang. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who are juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Escarsega has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 18 years of incarceration. His confinement release date is currently August 19th of 2026. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Escarsega is eligible to be considered for release after serving 15 years of incarceration. This equates to May 16th of 2021. It should also be noted that Mr. Escarsega also has an active ICE detainer. Thank you. I'll turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Escarsega. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would just like to everybody take in consideration of that giving me a chance to at least to get out early and a chance that not being looked at what is on face value there on as you guys have in paperwork, that I am an individual that did break the law and I have matured in here, even though it might not look like in my disciplinary records, but I feel that being incarcerated in prison, it's tough to be around other individuals and stuff happens in here. But I just want a fair chance and maybe to get out earlier to my family that I missed out on a lot.
So, talk about how you've changed.
Well, I'm not as fast to react on any situation, like if they're involved something with me, like how I used to be when I first started my time in the DOC. I mean, I don't feel that I'm the same kid because I was a juvenile when I came in, and to say that I matured in here it's a feat between itself because it's hard, you know, and not all the time that I've done, it has been some violence and I make no excuse for it. But now that I've been incarcerated and losing out on on my loved ones, it's impacted me a lot in my family, and it causes me a lot of to see them hurting while I'm in here. It's a little bit stressful, and I don't feel like I'm the same kid I was back then.
So, and you know, certainly we can see that's, you know, some of your disciplinary record stuff has, you know, slowed at least a little bit. But talk about in December, so a little more than 6 months ago.
Yes.
You had a contraband, refusing placement, disorderly conduct. Talk about that.
That's referring to coming down here to a medium facility, which I already was back in 2017. I didn't know that I was eligible for this panel. And while I was in Stillwater, me and my caseworker had worked something out for me to leave from Stillwater after my time was done. That's what I was agreed upon with him. So when they came and tried to ship me out to here, I refused placement because I felt that I wasn't contacted by him to know that I got a chance at this. I didn't know about this. So me still knowing about the other thing that we agreed on, I did act on that and refused to come down here. And the contraband on it, it has to be during, if I'm correct, some tattoo paraphernalia. And I mean, I make no excuse for it. You know, I had it in myself.
Okay. And then about 6 months before that, there was an assault or a fight or something like that?
Yes, there was a fight. There was an altercation. It was against somebody that, I mean, he wasn't, I don't want to sound cruel, but he's not right in the head. And he attacked one of my friends that was there. And to me, it looked like he was trying to throw him off the tier. And we all reacted in a way that we shouldn't. And that was the altercation about.
So, you know, some of these things just become a challenge because, you know, one of the things that, you know, we are looking for is, you know, how do you manage, you know, these difficult situations that you find yourself in, and that becomes one of the concerns. So, you know, help us know, like, how it is that if we were to you know, you said at the beginning, and you wrote this in your letter, you know, I want to be seen.
Yes.
Not for what I did.
Yes.
And which I fully appreciate, because I think that makes a ton of sense. You know, that you don't want to be seen for the worst thing you've ever done. But the challenge, help us understand the challenges of some of the ongoing things that are happening here. That's where it gets to be tough.
And I understand that. I completely understand that. I just feel like now I got a different motivation to stay out, and I didn't have this before. I thought I was just going to SRD from a close custody facility. So when you're in that environment, it's everything's hectic around you. You never know what to do, or try to stay away as much as you can, but there's always stuff going around you in those facilities, and you might get caught up in it just being around it. Over here, I have a different mentality from over there. It's a medium prison, and yes, stuff goes on here too, but you can stay away from that here. It's not as severe as a close custody facility. And my motivation now is to get out for my family's sake and prove to them that I can be somebody out there too, you know, and not just looked at as being in here all this time and a hard convict or whatnot, an inmate, and that's all I have for my jacket, so they can see me like that. And I don't want that for them. And I understand some of my actions are not as great, but that's where I stand right now, as my motivation is. And I mean, I could say I did almost get in altercations in this facility, and I walked away. I can completely do that. I can say that. Whereas to where I had nothing to look forward to but my SRD date, now I just put it as a back burner and do what I have to do in here.
How do you wrap your head around and deal with the potential of deportation?
I look at it like, no matter what, I'm going to be free, and my support system is over here, yes, but doesn't mean that I don't have nobody over there or they can help me, but I just feel like I want to prove to myself I can do it regardless. Even if I get out in the US or Mexico, it's the same thing because I've been locked up and this is all I know. And I just want to break through. It's like I tell everybody that knows me, it's like I have an invisible thing in front of me that I can't break through. And I want to prove that to myself and everybody else around me that I can and make it out there.
Others have questions?
I have a question for you, Commissioner. If I read this correctly, so ICE has a hold. So as soon as he's out, he's with ICE. And then most likely deported to Mexico. And if I read correctly, ICE makes him ineligible for step down, for minimum or work release.
Yes, that generally is the case, that those programs are not, because they would be.
Yeah. So the confinement he's in now is as low as it goes, given his ICE.
Yeah, what we have done more recently is if we've had people who are going to go, we've turned them over to ICE, because there are times when ICE will take them and then they may notify us that they're not going to deport, and then we get them back. And then we have to do what we have to do. And so it's just, there's just a lot of different things that can happen, right?
And then if he were in Mexico, they don't supervise that.
Correct.
It's like done.
They're done. Okay. If they come back into the U.S., that's a different thing.
Federal prison if they get caught. Yeah. Okay. Just trying to figure out that unique situation.
Commissioner, I didn't understand. If you contact ICE, will they tell you, like at this point, what the likelihood is of his being deported?
They're saying that they would take him into custody, and that there would the likelihood of a high likelihood of deportation. So that's what they're saying. But you know, we've had that happen before.
Yeah. Is that based on his conviction?
Yeah, and yeah.
And it's Mexico, so
they do a lot more of that.
More frequently.
Any other board members have questions for Mr. Escarsega?
I don't have questions. I have questions about the case. So is when we say projected, and I'm learning still, so projected release of 8/19/26, is that like?
That's his outdate as it stands today.
Now, okay. And then just in the reading, the PRT supported early release. The psych recommendation was you got a lot more to work on here still.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Escarsega, did you take a look at the psychological report?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was your sense of that, or what were your thoughts?
I felt that I was as honest as I could be, and if that was her interpretation of how I looked at her to her, then I mean, I can't say nothing else. So as far as that,
you have a right to an opinion about it.
I mean, well, if I have some more stuff to work at, I would like to know what things they are. Is it communication, or what would it be like? Because for me to work on myself from here is I need to know what it is, and as like I said, I've been down since I was a juvenile, and the most things I knew were different from what it is now.
Okay.
I just had a question, and I think you talked a little bit about it in your letter, Mr. Escarsega. One thing I noticed, so I think you did get your GED or high school diploma, if I saw that correctly, from a programming perspective.
Yes.
But then it didn't seem like there was much else programmatically that you participated in. I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, is that do you have any regrets that you weren't more active in participating? And I understand the complexity of having that ICE detainer, and maybe you think, well, participating in these programs isn't going to do me any good.
Right.
Other than, I view it as it does do you good. It may not benefit you in your release, but it will benefit you in terms of maybe addressing some of the things that led you into contact with the justice system. So just kind of wondering what your thoughts are there. Because obviously from my perspective, like I want to see more program involvement. Like that's just a big thing for me because I think that's a way that someone can really demonstrate that they are committed to bettering their situation, regardless of the presence of a detainer or whatever else. So if you just talk a little bit about that, I would appreciate it.
I mean, I do regret not programming earlier than I should have. And it goes back to not only having that hold, but being limited to going into programs as if you have so much time in the DOC, they will not get you because they favor the people that are less time. So part of that has to do with it. But maybe I could have kept on trying harder to get in those classes as far as that goes. But I looked at it more like even if I'm trying to get into classes, I still have this number I still have to hit for them to accept me. So I would never know. And then now it started to change, which is 18 years down the line. And that motivation factor wasn't there because I still feel like once you're in the prison system and this is all you know, I feel like you just stay in that bubble and they view you as in that bubble. But maybe it's, I do have a little bit of regrets of that. And
okay.
But
fair enough. So if and I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt. There's a little bit of a lag between where you're at and where I'm at. So you haven't been, real involved in programming. So what are the things that you have done to kind of develop yourself or prepare yourself for your ultimate release whenever that may happen?
Well, I am in a program right now of sleep and anxiety. I'm taking that course. I do have a certificate in my arts degree. It's just an art. And to prepare myself, it's a challenge to say that I got this figured out and that figured out because I don't. And I just want a chance for me to know that I can do it. And I mean, maybe there is something there more that I can prove to myself. And if that makes sense.
No, I think it does. Thank you. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Sir, I'm concerned about your history of discipline. Every year, multiple offenses, and in the last more recent times, several offenses of tattoo paraphernalia. Were you doing a business of tattooing other inmates in the prison?
Yes, I was. I'm not gonna lie about it. But I've never been caught in the act of tattooing. I've been caught just with the paraphernalia, but it's not an excuse. And there's never been a discipline where I've been caught up in getting caught tattooing somebody else, another inmate. And yes, the paraphernalia now, I mean, looking at it back, I shouldn't have been doing it. But now the DOC offers that program in Stillwater. And I would have liked to be in that program too, but I couldn't.
It's legit though, right? It's a legit program, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
I may. I'm curious about your questions. You don't know what to work on. I would hope that some of that psychological report might illuminate that or help us all understand what might be helpful for you. You've had a chance to read it, but under what situations or what type of programming would help you understand what's in that psych exam? Any ideas? Or who would you like to do that with?
I mean, as far as that, I mean, I don't know which programs. Like, I
Who
feel
would you like to review that psych exam with? Who could help you with that?
I mean, in here,
Yeah. I'd like to see some lights turned on when you review that. Who could help you do that?
I mean, if anything in here is just probably be maybe my caseworker.
Okay.
But I mean, if in that psych evaluation just evaluates stuff in certain patterns or however it's programmed to be, like, I would like to know which ones the panel would like me to do if that's the case here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I'd like to see clear instructions from the panel. I'd also like to see clear motives or directions, goals from you.
Schools, you mean?
I say, what do you want to accomplish? What do you think is good for you?
As far as being in these programs, for me is I am in another program thinking for a change. I haven't started that yet. But I am on the roster.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Be eager to hear how that program has helped. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to turn to your sister, just to get some hear from her a little bit. How she regards the changes she's seen in you over the course of time, and her thoughts about where we find ourselves today. Ms. Escarsega, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Yeah, I pretty much got to see my brother grow up as he's seen me grow up in the justice system, and I have seen a lot from him. He's matured a lot. Before there would be times where, yeah, he did get into altercations, and we wouldn't hear from him as much because he was, in trouble, and that over the years has slowed down. And he's always told us, like, he never wants to be the one who looks for problems or nothing. Like, they kind of just are around him, and I don't understand the life in there. Unless you're in there, you'll know what it's like. But he's always been honest with us, and he's always told us, like, he just tries to keep to himself and do his own thing, and he's a great drawer, a great artist, and so I was excited when he told me about the tattoo program in Stillwater for him. I was like, that would be great for you. But I've always just had a great admiration about his will and just his faith. He's always been really strong. He's never given up hope. That's one thing that's strong in our family is our faith, and we always just try to stay hopeful that everything happens for a reason. And like I've spoken to him about today, that whatever's decided is already gonna happen, and we just have to do the best we can and try to be better than we were before. Yeah, I do see my father. I do see my older brother like as a father figure because we didn't have our dad growing up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you being here today in support of your brother.
Of course.
Any other questions for Mr. Escarsega? All right, Mr. Escarsega, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next step, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments if you wish. Anything you want to say or offer?
I just want to say to take in consideration that I am a human being. I did make mistakes. I take full accountability. I've never lost what I've done, and I know I damaged 2 families in the process, mine and Parloses. And, I truly am, even though it might not look on paper, I truly am accepting of what I've done as something bad, and I hope that you guys can just take that into consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll close that discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open it up for board discussion or thoughts.
One question I have, Commissioner, and it may have been addressed earlier. So with the ICE detainer and recognizing that there is a period of supervised release, does that transfer to Mexico, or like when he is, assuming he is, deported to Mexico, does the supervised release follow, or is that really the end of it?
It would be the end of it. He would effectively be on supervised release here, but really, and once he's in the, across the border, he's across the border, and if he were, obviously to come back, then he would be subject to anything and everything that would happen. But no, he is. No, there's no supervision.
There's no formal transfer of supervision across country lines.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Help me understand opportunities to develop the artistic interest and talent. Where, how might that occur within the system, or what's available there?
He would, the tattoo programs at Stillwater, which is close. He's in medium right now. And I don't know what kind of art programs are. Let me just ask, are you involved in art from the inside? No? Okay, that's one of the programs that you should get involved with.
Okay.
They're doing a lot of really cool things with art, and they're doing where they're getting art from the inside and bringing it out to the community and telling stories about like what people's life experience are. And I think it does exactly what he talked about, shows the fact that the folks on the inside are more than, and have talent and, all of those sorts of things, and bring that out. So I think that would be a phenomenal opportunity for him. It's run by a former retired SEAL, which has just been it's a really cool program.
So the other concern was then, because of time sentencing, there's a doorway open and closed to get in these programs. Where does that fit, or how did...
That one would be pretty, easy, because there's ongoing.
Looks good.
But it sounds. I'm glad to hear he's on the list for Thinking for a Change, which is a cog skills program, and which is one of the recommendations. RJ is something that they can oftentimes get into pretty quickly. That would be another opportunity for him.
Good.
Well, I'll make a motion for no parole.
Deny, and any thoughts in terms of term of continuance?
I was struck by the fact that the psychological did lay out different steps he needs to take, and he read that apparently, and he was asking us, well, what should I do? And that just made me think he hasn't been real motivated, and I understand the explanation he gave, I really do. So my thinking was he needs to get involved in programming, at a minimum, develop a better, all the things that psych report laid out. Therefore, I would say 3 to 5 years.
He's got an outdate of
That's right,
2026.
okay, to his outdate. That's what I would say.
Which is really 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's really a straight denial of parole to his anticipated release date. That's the motion that's on the table.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Alexander.
Yes.
Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. 7 votes, no nays. So the motion prevails. Mr. Escarsega, the motion, there's the motion to grant early supervised release was denied. I just want to say this to you though. I want to lift up the fact that that your talent here, and I hope I'm gonna talk to Antonio Espinoza, who does art from the inside, and I really hope that you would do something, because it sounds like you are incredibly talented in that area, and they're doing some amazing things, including selling pieces of art in the community, and that those dollars come back to you, to the artist. And the idea came from a trip that he made to Mexico, just it's an amazing program. Number one, number two, I really think that I hope that you work with the folks there to do some outreach to the Mexican consulate, so that it can make a transition. We've had some people who have done some transitions to Mexico under similar circumstances, and it can make a big difference in terms of that transition that you are likely to have upon a deportation. So I would really strongly encourage that, and staff there can work with you and in terms of making that happen. I wish you the best, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
Point of clarification, when would be the next opportunity even to request a review?
For
In this case?
He's going to be out
in 2 years.
Yeah, he's got a straight release date.
Okay,
so he's at a determinate sentence. He's going to be
okay.
released.
All right, that's the issue. Determinate sentence.
The same.
Okay.
This next person, he's got a 2028.
Okay,
release.
I understand.
And then you've done that.
Yeah.
You have no other support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hope we use the next 2 years to prepare.
Dig in and
Sure. You're bringing the 18 in, right?
Yes, sir. Are you good otherwise on the agenda and all that?
Yeah, we're good.
2 are on the 14th. Here's the schedule. I don't care. Don't worry about it.
Aye.
All right. Edward's in there.
All right, guys, welcome. This is my right-hand person, Andrew Carlson. If you can't get a hold of me, and Aubrey doesn't know where I am or anything, this is the one.
Perfect,
So
because I'm very
Andrew is
needy
gonna take
apparently, so
over.
I'll be fine. Very true.
Hi, can you guys hear us okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Mr. Henbird here.
All All right.
for you.
Excellent. Hey, Mr. Hedberg, we'll be with you in just a second. We'll get started.
Okay, I think we're good to go. All right, very good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew Carlson. I am the Assistant Director of the Hearings and Release Unit. We are here today for a review of Mr. Daryl Hedberg, Jr. Mr. Hedberg, you are present at and appearing by video from the correctional facility at Faribault. Here with me at Central Office with the Department of Corrections, our Commissioner, Mr. Paul Schnell. He's also the Chair of the Supervised Release Board. Other members here present in Central Office are Member Christine Bray, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert Member Donald Strufert. Members appearing by video include Member Andrew Larson and Member Raina Alexander. We also have a number of other members of the public who are present here observing today as well. Mr. Hedberg, it's my understanding that you do not have an advocate with you today. However, your caseworker, I understand, Ann Brielk, is present with you at the facility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Mr. Hedberg, our records indicate that on May 26, 2001, Mr. Hedberg had shot and killed his father in the head with a shotgun while the victim was sleeping. Mr. Hedberg admitted that he had planned the killing of his father prior to the offense. On May 28, 2001, Mr. Hedberg stabbed and seriously injured 2 adult victims, and they were his girlfriend's foster parents at the time. Mr. Hedberg was certified as an adult, and on November 7, 2001, the Beltrami County District Court committed him to the Commissioner of Corrections for a total of 478 months for second-degree murder and also 2 sentences of first-degree assault with great bodily harm. At that time, Mr. Hedberg was 14 years old. Mr. Hedberg has served approximately 23 years of incarceration, and today's review is his first review by the board. Mr. Hedberg's original confinement release date was set for May 22nd, 2028. Given the recent changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Hedberg became eligible to be considered for release after serving 20 years of incarceration, which occurred on May 26, 2021. Thank you, and I turn this over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, sir.
Good. So I want to start off by just asking you to tell the board what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I'm fairly neutral to the decision today, sir.
Okay. That's interesting. Why? What makes you neutral?
Well, sir, I pretty much served the majority of my sentence, and my SRD is about 47 or 46 months away. So I'm getting out in less than 4 years, hopefully. If I get out sooner, that's great, but I'm perfectly fine with staying in prison.
Okay. So talk about that. What makes you fine with staying in prison?
Well, sir, I grew up in prison, and well, this is pretty much what I know. Staying in prison is not, well, detrimental to me anymore. It's getting out that's going to be the big change for me, sir.
No, I think you're spot on right. And I think that's the thing that we want to be focused on, because you're getting out, as you point out, either way. And so the question for me at least is, how do we help you get out the best way possible? And so that's when I asked that first question, that's really what I'm asking you is kind of what do you think would be the things that would help you get out the best way possible? Because there's no doubt you can do time, but that's not what your life is going to be in whatever 43 months or whatever as you said. So what do we need to do to get you ready for being outside the wall?
Well, I already have a prospective job lined up and a place to live. And if the board doesn't approve that site, I have a secondary site with my friend's aunt who could possibly facilitate a job or a place to live. Pretty much all I really need is a car and a job to help pay for it.
So when you talk about, there's the kind of the functional elements of release, right? And I think that's what you're talking about, right? The functional stuff, a job, place to stay, super important, really important pieces. And then there is the head part, the place that when you talked about, like you can do time and you can, you've navigated the being inside and where it's, you know how to do it. So the point where it's not as detrimental or not detrimental to you anymore. So the question then really becomes, I'm trying to get to the point of what are the things that you need in order to wrap your head around being on the outside? Because there's going to be a ton of pulls, right? All kinds of pulls and changes, and the world is a crazy different place in the time that you've been locked up. So have you thought about that much?
Yes. The wardens probably advised me that I may be doing a step-down program in minimum once I get done with my BA degree to help me transition more effectively back to society.
So what were your thoughts about that?
I'm fine with that.
Great. Sounds like I'm trying to get a sense of like what you want. Because it sounds a little bit indifferent, but is there something that you really want?
No.
Okay. Others have questions?
Well, just a quick follow-up, Mr. Hedford. What will keep you from coming back? Or does that not sound so bad to you? Because I can understand you've been in prison a long time, and it's just a whole different world now, and you know that. So what will keep you from coming back? You'll get out and something will happen?
I'm more worried about things that are not in my control. Maybe someone steals my car and I can't get to work and I get fired and I get violated because I can't get to work. Maybe my boss lays me off because there's not enough orders coming in for him and I get fired that way. That's what worries me about transitioning out, is the things that are not in my control. I've got plenty of materials I have sent out of prison to keep me entertained for when I get out. Movies, books. Depending on when I get out, maybe a gaming console to keep me busy when I'm on ISR. As far as staying out, yeah, I suppose it's living in a situation that's more conducive to like my spirit, as opposed to being housed with people who are going through various levels of psychosis, and I'm more or less having to deal with that as opposed to being in my own situation.
Just one more question. Could you describe your spirit? What do you mean when you say that?
I would say my spirit's more like a Zen Shinto shrine with a bunch of koi fish in a pond.
You seem a little bit that way.
Thank you.
Mr. Hedberg, where will be your sources of support? And I don't mean like financial support, but as you imagine your life out in community, where do you see sources of support coming for you?
Well, I hope to be approved to live with my friend out in Ellsworth. I think he's living in Ellsworth right now, but if I'm not approved to live with him, I could possibly live by him so I could have close contact and support with him, because he's been through the system. He knows how tough it is to transition out. But if I'm not approved to live there, I could live up further north with around my friend's aunt who can help support me, and have her as a means of support and possible community support from my area that I moved to.
Okay. Mr. Hedberg, are you willing to look at the behavioral health issues, work with the staff there? One of the things in the reports that we got said, which is really good, that you've been discipline-free since 2016. You've worked on furthering your education, but you haven't explored in a therapeutic setting the painful aspects of your life before and after the governing offense, that you were a person who never exhibited violent tendencies. To this day, you choose nonviolent responses to problems, and yet you exploded for 2 days of deadly violence and directed at your father and your girlfriend's parents. And what's concerning me as a member of this board is if you don't address what happened and why, you may repeat that when you get out. And you have resources at the facility that apparently have been offered to you, but you haven't shown an interest in trying to understand yourself. And you have a lot that could be going for you in terms of being discipline-free, in terms of, you know, your talents and your educational ability, but all that's for nothing if you get out and don't understand how you ended up there in the first place and just end up back. And as a member of this board, we have an obligation to the public for their safety. So it's not only for your benefit, but for theirs that I ask that question.
Were you aware that my father was a documented abuser?
Yes.
He abused me, abused my sister, and he abused her mother. And the court ordered that she would have custody of my sister and be moved away from him because he was so abusive. But the court left me there with him. And I think the court had making a mistake by leaving me in that house with him. Because after she had left with her, the abuse then shifted towards me. And I didn't know how to process that as a child. And through the various programs I've taken in prison, that has allowed me to understand where these feelings have come from.
But your girlfriend's parents didn't raise you and didn't abuse you, and yet they ended up, one of them, paralyzed, is now deceased, and the other one, running for his life. And that didn't have anything to do with your in-home. That was supposedly because you were upset that they didn't want their daughter with you. So your insight into why you chose the violence and the rampage seems to be needing some attention on your part so it doesn't repeat.
Okay. I could take whatever program you want me to take, but currently I'm in the BA program and it's a little bit clustered for time. After the BA program gets done with, I'll be happy to take whatever program you want me to.
You're close to being done with your, aren't you?
One more semester.
Yeah, okay.
Help me, what's being accomplished with your BA program? What makes that worth the time?
Well, it'll help me get a better paying job when I get out of prison and hopefully helps edify myself.
Say again, please. Help you where?
Helps edify myself, sir.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Say more about edification, please. Where is that come for you, and what further opportunities do you have for edification that you'd like to pursue?
Well, unfortunately, the Pell Grant would more or less run out once I get done with the BA degree, and I'll have to figure out some method to further my education and pay for it by myself. But I could also buy more books for myself to further my own education and become a better person through that. But also, it's something that can't be taken away. Everything in my life right now can be taken away. My clothes, my books, my bed sheets. But the one thing that can't be taken away is the knowledge I gain. And I believe that can help me in life.
How do you see it helping others, or is that an issue for you at all to be contributing in any way with that knowledge?
Well, I believe I help other people when I'm helping facilitate RJ 101, those men who come in with not the same level of wisdom and experience that I've had for the past 20 years, to help them see the holes in their behavior and the path forward, hopefully.
Yeah, I respect that type of contribution. Hope to do more of that, or?
If it's possible. I don't know how much community service I can render on ISR, but when I get off ISR, I could possibly give more back to the community.
But there's more assurance right now of providing that, both your edification and your benefit to others while incarcerated than what would be available on the outside, is my understanding.
I might be able to secure some sort of tuition for a tribal college. But I can't really explore that until I leave.
Tuition for a tribal college, right? Be
Yeah.
for a student at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess I picture you being an instructor at a tribal college. How does that fit for you?
Perhaps. Other than humanities, I don't know what exact field I could offer teaching at.
Okay, but student in that area would be, you welcome that opportunity.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hedberg, do you think that you have a refined sense of, refined may be a strong word, of empathy for others?
Yes, sir.
How does that come out? Like, what does that look like?
Well, currently I have to limit my empathizing with people in the Minnesota incarceration, but also I have to keep in mind that they might be fraudulent with some of their stories. So it's empathy with a grain of salt. Okay. But also I can paint birdhouses, doll houses, do various art projects for fundraising for restorative justice, and in that way I can help raise funds for charities that help service the community.
Would you say that you struggle to trust people?
Yes, sir.
That's helpful.
Mr. Hedberg, I just wanted to follow up on a tribal college and tuition. I think I read in all this material that your first preference would be not to be on the reservation.
Yes.
So
there's a tribal college on, I believe, the Twin Cities area for the Red Lake Band of Ojibwe. Perhaps I could attend there. I don't know if they have any sort of online courses that I could take for any other tribal college, but I think the reservation would be a bad idea for me to go back to since it's so dangerous and the economy there is so little.
Thanks.
I had one other question, and this is something I read about, and I just want to ask you about it because I was struck by it. One of the things that you talked about in the plan was the potential of going to live with that friend, right?
Yes, sir.
And the job. What was the job?
I believe I was working at a meat processing plant, sir.
Yes, that was. Have you just thought about what that is? What that job is?
About 20 years ago, I had a job training at St. Cloud Prison where they taught me how to work at a meat processing plant, working with knives, electric saws.
I'm not talking about that, but I just think back to I don't know. I just think back to the taking of life and that kind of stuff. And does that bother you at all? I know it's an animal. I know it's about the preparation of food, but I wonder.
Well, each time I eat chicken, eat beef.
I understand. I'm just asking. There's a difference between eating it and being the one to actually do what it takes to get it to the table.
Growing up, part of animal husbandry was putting a dog to sleep. And there was a wild dog problem on the reservation, and my grandmother, my father, other family members would, I guess you could say, harvest these wild dogs so that they did not injure little children or leave messes on their yard. So growing up, seeing my own family put to death these animals was not an uncommon sight for me.
Okay, fair enough.
So I understand where your concerns are coming from.
It's not a concern. It just was an observation. That's all.
Okay.
It's not no concern. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to share with the board before we go into deliberations and discussion about next steps?
I didn't know that one of the Campbells was deceased. I was kind of hopeful to speak with them again.
No, she's deceased.
I was hopeful to hopefully pay back some of the financial loss that they had incurred because of my actions. I know I can't give them back the quality of life that they had or undo the harm that I caused them, but at least I could potentially give them back some money that they had lost because of my actions.
I appreciate the thoughtfulness of that. I don't know what that looks like. That's something that you could certainly explore with victim services folks. RJ side. Okay. With that, I'm gonna close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. At this time, I would turn it to the board members to get people's thoughts, insights, suggestions on next steps.
Is it too early to make a motion?
You can.
I would like to make a motion to deny parole and have his projected release date stand.
Okay.
And give him that time to do some of the stuff we talked about today, mental health, support, working with victim services, more planning, more clear planning.
Jody, I didn't hear, so I heard no parole, and then.
Well, his projected release, and then let the projected release date.
Yeah.
Be the.
Okay.
His date, 5/22/28.
Is there a second on that?
Would you consider it a friendly amendment if there were a review in 2 years to give him some incentive to do the behavioral health component? Otherwise, he says in this newspaper article that he's afraid of getting out, that he'd come back, and he said today, so I think just some motivation that he's got.
Good. Sorry to interrupt, but could you guys speak up a little bit? They're having a little bit of trouble hearing online as well.
Accept that friendly amendment.
Asked if she would accept it as a friendly amendment to have a review in 2 years.
Would it be out of or would it be inappropriate to request an additional friendly amendment to the friendly amendment? And what I mean by that is if he requests that additional hearing, and I say that in part due to a perceived just indifference. If he was to make the changes or movement and come up with a better plan, I would certainly be open, because I think he does have a lot of very positive things going. I would just hope that he would advocate more for himself than what I felt we saw today.
So it's the amendment if requested?
If requested, that's what I think that's what you're suggesting.
That's not acceptable to me, because I think he needs motivation, and I think we could set conditions working with the behavioral health people, and he's going to be getting out regardless. And so I would like to make the effort to try to have him exposed to some things that would get him to develop empathy and to look at his conduct in a way that he understands what triggered it and how to avoid it in the future. So that's why I don't think putting the initiative in his hands is a recipe for success. I think it's, kind of more of the same.
I have a concern. I would like to see him get practice in the community before his last date is up. I don't have the same sense of like he's just not willing to take responsibility or any of that. I think he's got some work to do, but I also think he's got a different kind of attitude than we're used to listening to. And I actually found it somewhat refreshing. And so I would like to see him get a chance to do something in minimum or work release sooner rather than later. And if he would say, no, I don't want it, well then, hey, so be it.
I mean, does that preclude, I'm not opposed to stepping down during that time frame.
And that just to be clear, that's something that the department could do either way, right? I mean, always maintains placement decisions remain a departmental decision. Now, the board certainly can direct and should direct if there was feelings about that, but just to say that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So we have a motion and a second, and that was it was a 2-year review. Deny with a 2-year continuance with a series of conditions to be determined. But and the friendly amendment to the friendly amendment was not accepted. And I don't know if there's any other further discussion about that, but or about this motion at all. We can set the conditions as we do this, but I'd just like to get that motion.
I think to Andrew's point about Mr. Hedberg learning to be an advocate for himself, then that can come through some of the behavioral health work too. I really do think that's the nugget here. I mean, he's definitely got the academic ability and all the things he's firing on, but I think more work with the insight, the empathy, all of that stuff, and then empathy for himself as well is what I think the priority is.
So we have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote on that.
I'm sorry, I have a question because I'm very confused. So is there how does step down happen here? Is that something we have to say, or are we just leaving it up to the decision of the DOC, or?
So step down, the board can, certainly do that, but.
Yeah, I know we can. What's happening with this specific motion, is that?
This specific, that's not a piece of this, that's not, I didn't hear that built into this necessarily.
So what happens with it, with this specific motion?
I think this specific motion was a denial of parole with a 2-year continuance for the next review with the conditions to be established. Now, we can certainly talk about step down being included in some of that as we go.
So if we do not include that, would step down happen?
The department can always choose to do a step down because that is the department always maintains the ability. Placement decisions remain under the purview of the agency, and that's a custody status. So as long as it's a custody placement, the agency could do that. No, it's nice to tie the two together. It's ideal to tie the programming together because it is a programming. It is programming, but so the closer we can do that, and I think some of the things you're talking about, we can bring them in and have some of that stuff combined would be optimal.
Help me here. I think going along the same line, conditions. The two conditions or recommendations that come to my attention are, number one, dealing with emotion or the exposure to both maybe my emotion and others' emotions and interacting on an emotional level. And the second recommendation that came across to me was the one, more exposure to people who have not and are not incarcerated.
Right, I agree.
I mean, those two conditions or recommendations, I think.
I think there's a third,
and could well be,
that is
yes.
understanding the triggers that led to his going on this rampage and try to avoid having that, gaining some insight into it by working with behavioral health.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. So we'll do the vote, and then we can go through if we can add other conditions to this. So Board Member Alexander.
I guess yes, since the DOC can make the decision on stepping him down to minimum.
Just if I can ask, is that you're concerned about? You would be concerned about a minimum step down?
I want them to step. I think that we should be stepping him down to minimum. I don't have.
So I think
that the rest of the board does.
So let's talk about that as part of this. Because I'm probably more with you than opposed, but I think that can be built into some of this. Board Member Bray.
Yes, and I just have to echo what Ms. Alexander said. Yes, was stepped down.
So let's add that.
Let's
add that.
I realize that.
Board Member Larson.
Yes, with the inclusion of the step down.
Okay. Board Member Ramstad?
Yes.
Board Member Nelson?
Yes.
Board Member Struford?
Yes.
Finch Nelson, yes. So it's all 7. So we have the behavioral health, 3 kind of elements to that behavioral health side. I just want to make sure, do you have those? Or
It didn't.
So we have, it's the kind of this understanding of kind of the emotions, emotional kind of regulation of the emotions of others and his own.
And I think included in that is what are the triggers?
The triggers.
What ignites? What fuels?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that third one that you had mentioned.
Or exposure to people
outside,
who are not incarcerated.
Exposure to those who are, but there's some.
Or inaction, participation.
Right. That could be even outside programs like the MECAS or whatever. And then we had I think there needs to be work on the release planning, because I think it is complicated by the reservation concerns, which I really respect in him, and I think that develop that plan for developing more community support and finding that, I think, is some of the stuff you were talking about, Don. He's got a great involvement in restorative justice, and I really the one thing that we have to figure out and make sure of, because the last thing I want to do is mess up his school stuff, and so we have to make sure that just his step down may tie to the semester he needs to complete, because I just don't want to screw that up, because that's obviously a really big check mark for him, I think, and so I agree on terms of the step down, and I just want to say too that there's something I really appreciate about that about him, kind of his level of frankness, almost, and just I don't know, level of bluntness, and where that comes from, and I don't know, and but I think it is. It's something that I find admirable, and it's smart. He's obviously wicked smart, I think, and that can be a huge. It will be a huge blessing for him. It could also have the other side of the coin, where that ability to recognize the impact on others and how it can affect relationships. I think it can be one of those places that I hope, as part of that behavioral health stuff that you're talking about, can be explored with a behavioral health team. But I think he's got a lot going for him.
Commissioner, looking at the variable program review team recommendations, they suggest that once he's in minimum, he participate in the redemption project.
Yeah, if we could have it, that's a good referral.
And they also, remaining discipline-free, I guess, goes
that's
without
standard. Yeah.
But they emphasize a solid and practical release plan.
Yeah.
And then community support established. And I think exposure to the community was said, but having the support. And then they also mentioned making corrections to his apology letter.
Yeah, I think that was in process. I think he was working
with Chris Gotze.
Yeah, that was in process. Yeah, it's still in process. So yeah, it's being done. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Hedberg, you have a chance to kind of listen to this whole conversation. Any thoughts?
You guys might have to unmute on your end.
Oh, she's gone.
Oh, you're
we can hear you.
Now.
You're off mute. You can talk.
Oh, I have no opinion, sir.
Okay. All right. We have a plan, and we're excited about it, at least. And so we just really want to wish you well. And I'm excited to come to your graduation, and next. What, it will be December, right?
Yes, sir.
You're thinking? Okay. So that'll be cool. And Metro?
Yes, sir.
That's great. And which program are you doing? Is that the interdisciplinary?
Yes, sir. We can't currently pick our major.
Yeah, so it's the interdisciplinary studies. Yeah, that's great. Good for you. Okay, and then you're still doing a bunch of art stuff?
Yes, sir. I think about enrolling in the Art from Within program. If I'm going to
I think that would be great. I'll tell you what, if you, what do? You paint or draw?
Both, sir.
So if you paint something or draw something that depicts, I don't know, something that of hope, and you get it to the warden, I will get it framed. It will hang a place of prominence in the central office in the lobby. And you should sign it and put a date on it. And I'll get it framed and I'll put it in the lobby. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. It'll be a place of prominence. So your artwork will be displayed there. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Hedberg. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you.
See you later.
Good luck.
Take care.
To you.
Well, conveniently, the next two are at Faribault as well, so we can move right in so long as we need the break.
No, they're gonna bring the next gentleman in. Unfortunately, his advocate is no longer waiting in the lobby. I don't know if the caseworker is going to be able to get a hold of them.
So now you should just minimum as soon as he completes his BA.
Yes.
Just because I just don't want to do it for that.
Right.
It makes so much sense. Talking about triggers.
That's what I was thinking.
Right, culture.
But there's something like a
Really responded to his graduation. And then she was really like, she going, thank you. This is probably never had. No, it's thriving and great.
Be part of this.
That structure.
We're good to go.
All right. Hello, Mr. Johnson. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Andrew Carlson. I'm the Assistant Director with the Hearings and Release Unit. We're here today for a case review of Mr. Billy Ray Johnson, who's present by video and at the correctional facility. Are you unable to hear me? I saw this. Are you?
Not able to see.
Pardon me?
Not able to see.
It's just a little weird on our screen, but that's okay.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you are at the correctional facility at Faribault. If there's technical issues, go ahead and raise your hand or just step up and we'll do what we can to make sure that you're able to see and hear us the best that we're able. Also here at the central office of the DOC is our commissioner and chairperson, Mr. Paul Schnell. Other board members present here include Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, juvenile expert Jody Nelson, and also juvenile expert Donald Strufert. Members participating by video include Mr. Andrew Nelson and Raina Alexander. We also have at least one person from the general public observing here at central office today. And Mr. Johnson, I know that you had anticipated on having an advocate. Is your advocate present?
No, they haven't rejoined.
Okay. Well, we're going to hope that Maurice Anderson is able to join us at some point and participate. Otherwise, it's my understanding your caseworker, Jolene Mann, is at the facility with you?
Yeah. I'm in the room.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Jolene. Our records indicate that on March 18, 2006, Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting. At the scene, they found the victim, an adult male, injured and unconscious from a gunshot wound to the head. The victim later died. The victim's mother reported that the victim and the victim's sister and her boyfriend had just eaten dinner at a nearby restaurant. As they were returning to their car, they were approached by two males. One of the males demanded her purse and then took it from her. And the other male had a handgun and shot the victim in the head. In relation to this crime, Mr. Johnson was certified as an adult, and on March 15, 2007, the Hennepin County District Court committed Mr. Johnson to the Commissioner of Corrections for 360 months for the second-degree murder. Mr. Johnson has served approximately 17 years of incarceration, and today's review is his first review by the board. Mr. Johnson's original confinement release date was set for June 22nd, 2026. Given the recent changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Johnson became eligible to be considered for release after serving 15 years of incarceration, which occurred on April 4th, 2021. Thank you, and I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. I'd like to kick this off by asking you to tell the board what it is you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Today, I would like to be seen in a different light, not for my case or what I've done since I've been in prison, but for the person I am. And I also would like to go to work release so that I can get the necessary tools and steps so I can, when I'm released, that I can be ready for the ups and downs for real life situations. That's what I'm looking forward for today.
Can you describe what that looks like? Specifically what it is that you would like to, what action you would like the board to take today?
I would like, leaving here, that I would like to be able to go to work release or to minimum so I can work my way towards work release before my SRD date. It's sort of like a step down so I can prepare myself so when I'm released to the community. That's what I'm looking forward to, if that answers your question.
Yep, thank you. Can you talk about the changes that you've made over the course of your term of incarceration?
From the beginning,
what changes? What's changed?
What's changed? A lot have changed. I've been through a lot of ups and downs throughout my incarceration. Dealing with a lot of emotions. I get emotional, so I get emotional, so that becomes my problem when I'm dealing with correctional officers in this facility. So I try to take the time now to ask questions, communicate better, to get a solution instead of just making assumptions. That's what I try to do better as of today.
Okay. So you had some challenges like in December and in February. Is that when you started to try and make some of those changes?
Right.
You had some discipline issues. I'm not sure if that, there was an assault back in December and some threat stuff in February.
Yeah, in February.
What happened in those situations?
In February, recently, it was two COs were doing a cell search in my cell. A pair of my tennis shoes was taken, and I tried to explain to staff the situation about the tennis shoes. But like I said, I was assuming and dealing out of emotions, and I let them get the best of me instead of communicating and asking questions to get a better result about those tennis shoes. And instead of the situation get de-escalated, it turned into me going to segregation.
Okay. And the assault from December, what was that?
It was over a card game. Individual, me and the individual, I had words, and I let my emotions get the best of me, and I ended up going to segregation for assaulting him.
You know, you're getting short, right? No matter what. June of 26 is you know you're out, right?
Yes.
Are you at all concerned that as you get this close to the end of your time, that you know this kind of stuff happens in the community, that you could get jammed up and end up coming back? Does that concern you at all?
Yes, it do. That's why I'm here today, actually to help to better prepare myself, so when I come into these type of situations that I don't react off emotions, and so I won't have to come back to this place. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna ask for help.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So tell me how would moving to minimum reflect the kind of help that would reduce the likelihood of you engaging in some of the things that have happened?
Before I go to minimum, I'm gonna sign up for decision points and take a couple classes to help myself before I go to minimum.
Okay. All right. That's a good idea. Have you been doing a lot of programming?
No.
Why not?
To be honest, instead of me preparing myself for the community, I was surviving and adapting to my environment throughout the DOC, and throughout my stay in the DOC. Looking back, I wish I would have did my time more constructive and differently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you see people? Are there people in the facilities that you see that you think have done their time really well, that you think they have really taken advantage of whatever they could and it's made a difference? Do you see that in some people?
In certain cases, yes. Certain cases, yes, I have.
I know that historically we've waited toward the end of your term of incarceration for SUD treatment. Is that something that you have a willingness to do?
I will do whatever's necessary.
Okay. All right. Last question from me. There has been some variation in the accounts of the offense itself over the course of time. Can you shed some light on why there would be variation? I mean, these are accounts of the offense that you've provided to different people over the course of time, whether it's through the PSI or whether it was upon intake, or whether it's with the psychologist or whatever, why is there changes in the accounts?
Am I crying?
Yeah. In terms of what happened.
I told the truth. I don't know where's the mix up at.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have questions for Mr. Johnson?
I guess if there were 3 programming efforts that you'd like to get into, what would be your top 3, or the first ones you think would be most helpful for you at this point? Most helpful for you, especially moving into a minimum situation?
Critical thinking.
Say again?
Critical thinking, decision points, and thinking for a change.
Okay. Where does CD treatment or substance abuse treatment fit in with those? Where does that fit in your priorities? Or
High.
say again?
On top of the list. On top of the list.
Top of the list. Okay.
Mr. Johnson, just one more question, just on the restitution. How do you feel about the fact that there's been no payment on that? Do you feel like that the order for restitution was unfair?
So actually, I paid up my restitution. My case manager got the documents. It was paid up in 2018.
It is paid up, you said?
Yes.
Okay. We'll double check that. In 2018, you said that was paid up?
And also, if I add, I had a low mandate for treatment, which I didn't have to do. That's why I was able to go to minimum. I was able to go to minimum in 2022. But they will, if I have to be reassessed, I'm willing to do that.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Johnson, you were deemed a high risk or high need for treatment by the Department of Corrections at an early point in your incarceration. Have you done anything with respect to chemical dependency treatment, substance use abuse treatment?
Once again, as far as I know, I had a low mandate for treatment, in which I didn't have to complete because it was low. So I don't know where you get that information from.
It's in an early report. It says that you were diagnosed with cannabis abuse and deemed high need of treatment. That you received a directive to complete it, the chemical dependency treatment, but it remained incomplete. I was just wondering if you'd had any treatment.
No, I haven't done it.
Have you had any treatment?
Sorry, this is Jolene Mann. At the early stages of assessment, they are given a high need but a low mandate, so they are not offered treatment.
I see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. So at this time, I'm going to turn to the board and see what thoughts there are.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Following up on your comment, does that mandate remain outstanding even though it was early on? Does it remain outstanding until it's fulfilled?
For the clarification, he does not have a mandate, but he would be willing to be reassessed if that was what they determined.
Okay. Thank you.
Thoughts?
Just maybe a clarification. With limited programming to date, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Release in 26, you say?
June of 26, yes.
How many programs might be enrolled in and completed in the next 2 years? What's the any time frame available there? How much could be
I mean,
or how much priority could be given to do it? I
we
guess
can-
is the other question.
I mean, we can certainly, increase some of the priority and request that he, be prioritized into program options. But some of these things are going to be some of these programs are lengthy.
Yeah, that's where I'm not familiar.
A year or so.
So I guess what I'm seeing maybe in an openness to some being more engaged in programming. So I'm just trying to compare the openness, which I may perceive, to the availability or the reality of it being there. Yeah.
Is that true with restorative justice as well?
That's much easier to access on a more of a rolling basis.
Is there any history of his participating in restorative justice? I
don't see it.
I don't recall any.
There's no letter on file. I didn't see any.
Yeah, I didn't see any either.
I mean, my read of the challenges and maybe lack of input to those is anything is going to be something in terms of the next 2 years of programming. It's got needs cognitive maturity or social maturity or emotional maturity. So,
Go for it.
Yeah. And I think him choosing things that he wants to do is going to be important. So the ones that he mentioned, he's identified.
I just have concern just given the fairly recent discipline and stuff, and I would, even if he were to, even if he were just to participate in take some action in terms of participating with behavioral health, with some of the depression stuff, and some of that kind of thing would be just remain discipline free would be a great, or even developing that comprehensive release plan, because I'm just really concerned about what that looks like when he gets out. But for this board taking action, he is not going to be otherwise eligible for step down. So that would be the only way that would happen is
because of the discipline stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was thinking. If he had longer to go, to me it was like no parole, and this is what you need to do. But because he's going to get out in 2 years anyway, I was thinking he should be doing some step down stuff. Maybe that would help. him and maybe it would help the community, I don't know.
This is the challenging place to be, because I'm always concerned because, in either way, because to your point, he's going to get out either way. And at the same time, I always worry about the risk.
Yeah.
In the meantime, right? Because there's going to be risk either way, right? And so the question is, do you help by helping somebody land more softly and try to engage more programming and have a safety security net with work release, where you have a halfway house and you have staff 24/7 and you have some of those things. But it's very difficult.
A dumb question here. People can be released but have not been stepped down. They're just like released up here, boom. Is that?
Most people are. That's the way most people are going out. They're walking out the door hard on their release date.
Okay.
To whatever it is.
Okay.
Well, he lives in Lebanon County, and they do have halfway houses. And I almost feel like that's a safer way to go. And by that, I mean public safety.
What's the practicality of him satisfying these recommendations of programming related to problematic thought processes and emotional regulation, thought distortion, as well as meeting with DOC mental health professionals?
I mean, I think
within the time that we've got.
So I think one of the things, one of my thoughts was, you could do is just do a continuance for a year right now, and put some of those things in place, and then talk about having him come back, and then look at work release, but really try to, because he's going to get out anyway, right? Exactly. He's coming out anyway, and I think what we want to do is incent him to do some of these things that are going to be in his best interest and our best interest. And so that would be another way of trying to do it, so that we can get him connected with behavioral health and a one-on-one, therapist. And
they also mentioned long-term offender group.
Yeah, we have a long-term related group. Yeah,
I would support that. Is there any mention of gang involvement in this crime? It sounds so.
No, I don't. They think there may have been at one point in time some SDG stuff, but I don't think there is currently.
I think if he can remain discipline-free too, that's a really step in the right direction.
And so the incentive in a year would be, if you've stayed discipline-free and you've engaged in some programs, then in a year we'll get serious about work release or.
Yeah, we want to talk with them about work release and what that looks like, and getting them out there. And because I think that.
But that's what you're working towards.
Yeah, so I mean, he could buy himself a year.
Yeah.
Just about it, maybe, you buy himself 8 months, whatever, a year, and have, what he talked about, what he wanted was that help of that transition, and this could get him that.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so it's a denial of supervised release but a continuance for 1 year with conditions of behavioral health engagement in accordance with the suggestions that came from behavioral health, restorative justice, long-term offender lifer group. Remain discipline-free.
Second that.
And, okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion about that? Okay, let's we'll go to vote. Board Member Alexander.
Yes.
Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion prevails. So, Mr. Johnson, you had a chance to hear what we talked about. We really want to lift up the fact that the board really wants to get you what you want, right? To give you some that transition time to get you out a little bit early, to get you to work release. But we also want to hold up the fact that there's some work that we'd really like you to do so that you don't come back. That's the goal. We do not want you to come back, and you don't want to come back, right?
Right.
And so we're going to get you a letter that will explain all these things. But we want to get you connected with behavioral health, long-term offender restorative justice, and just have you start working on some of these things. But the biggest thing is walk away from the BS there, right? And find other strategies to manage the frustration, the anger, whatever it is, so you don't get yourself jammed up in the meantime. And we'll see you, and we want to be able to talk about work release and getting you out there in your last bit, so that that transition can be smoother for you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
So we cut our time up.
Yeah, you just moved through that good.
Yeah.
No, that would be
Okay.
yeah.
You're muted, Jason.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Are you ready for Rattl?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll bring him in. His advocate is also here.
Yep, bring her in as well.
We're like supposed to have that.
Thank you, sir. It's good. It's good.
Okay. Okay. Scrolling towards the end so they can see in the camera. You want me present, correct?
What's that?
You want me present?
Oh, sure.
I'm just sitting back here. The camera over the system setup is funny. You can't see the whole board, but they can see you this millimeters.
Okay.
Hello, and good afternoon. I'm Andrew Carlson. I'm the Assistant Director with the Hearings and Release Unit. We are here today. It is the last review of the day for Mr. Jeremiah Rattl, who is present at the correctional facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chairperson of the Supervisory Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Other board members that are present here at Central Office include Christine Bray, Cheryl Ramstead, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert Member Donald Strufert. Other members participating by video include Mr. Andrew Larson and Ms. Raina Alexander. We have a couple people here from the public who are observing today. And Mr. Rattl, it's my understanding that you have your advocate and friend, Robin, is it Visnor?
Visner, yes, sir.
Visner, okay. Thank you for your participation today, Ms. Visner. Mr. Rattl, also your caseworker, Jason Starkson, is present with you at the facility there in Faribault. Our records indicate that on April 19th, 2006, the St. Louis County Sheriff's Office received a missing person report from Mr. Ratzlav's sister concerning their father. She stated that their father had been drinking and that he had been fighting with Mr. Ratzlav and their mother earlier that day. She also reported that Mr. Ratzlav had made a comment that her father was never coming back. On April 20th, 2006, Mr. Ratzlav's mother contacted authorities and reported that her son, Mr. Ratzlav, had told her that he had killed his father. In an interview at a later time, Mr. Ratzlav admitted to shooting his father in the head. In relation to this crime, Mr. Ratzlav was certified as an adult, and on October 23, 2006, the St. Louis County District Court committed him to the Commissioner of Corrections for 367 months for the crime of second-degree murder. Mr. Ratzlav has since served approximately 18 years of incarceration, and today's review is his first review by the board. Mr. Ratzlav's original confinement release date was set for September 7th, 2026. Given the recent changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Ratzlav became eligible to be considered for release after serving 15 years of incarceration, which has already occurred, and that was on April 17th, 2021. Thank you, and I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ratzlav. How are you?
Pretty well. Yourself?
Good, thanks. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
It would be nice to know what the remainder of my time looks like so I can make the appropriate plans. As far as I know, there are three options. It's things continue as normal, in which case I would continue my preparations for the LSATs. It's something I've been working with through the All Square organization, preparing to take the tests in November, then, or possibly October, November, then February next year. The second option that I'm aware of is transition to minimum custody and maybe apply for work release. And then the third option is release. I mean, I would love to be released, but I understand that the complexities of the situation dictate that you're going to make the necessary determinations. So I just would like to know what the remainder of my time looks like so I can make the proper preparations, utilize my time the best I can, I suppose.
So, do you feel like you're ready?
I do feel like I'm ready. As ready as I can be anyway. 2019, 2020, I really diligently wanted to become the most functional human being I could, so I worked with mental health services for that year, probably seeing my therapist once a week and completing cognitive behavioral therapy workbooks with her. And then I went to Prison Fellowship Academy. I completed that. It's a year-long cognitive behavioral therapy mixed with spirituality kind of course. And since then, I'm in my last week of my bachelor degree. I should be getting that with a 4.0 GPA within 2 weeks from now. Really, I have one more week left, but I've really been working hard to try to just acquire and maintain a degree of functionality. I know that prison doesn't have a lot of luxuries, but one luxury it does have is time. I have a lot of time where I can really look at my decision making, see what works, what doesn't work. But I guess I'd like to think that I'm ready. But
when you've had, as you pointed out, kind of the luxury of time, and time influences the way we see things, right? And when you look back at your offense through the eyes of the man you are today, can you talk about how you see your offense through the eyes of today?
Through the eyes of today, I'm really, I can't even articulate the level of disappointment with
the person who I was, and the way that I thought. There's a mixture of fear and desperation. When I was a kid, I felt so much fear, and it lingered into my adulthood. And it just led to a lot of desperation, I guess. I don't know how I got so. I don't know. I used to live entirely in my head, and if you live entirely in your head, you can justify basically anything. And I felt pretty terrible the moment that this happened. The offense happened. I felt like I was living in a nightmare. And you can't go backwards. As time went on in my late teens, I used to have a lot of night terrors, thinking about the situation, and you can't take it back. I'd like to think most of us would take it back if they could, but it's not something that can happen. But as I started to get older, I started to get a functional understanding of how the world works, how far my internal processes were off compared to just foundational realities. And I know that the behavior that I was exhibiting as a child, it must have been very frustrating to my father, and it just fed into the conflict that we had all the time. I deeply loved my father. I still love my father quite a bit. And, I could have been a lot better son at the time. I just think I live in more concord with the external world now. I've had a lot of experience in prison. As life gets longer, you get a lot firmer footprint on this world. You have more experiences. You just understand the nature of consequences. The ties of community, how disruptive those kind of behaviors are to everybody. I saw that with my mother and my little brother, how they had to endure what I did, and my older sister, Luckily, they're just the greatest people in the world, and they still support me to this day. But I would like to think that I don't even recognize that person anymore. But just having a far more realistic interfacing with the external world, knowing what's appropriate on a subjective human level with the next person, what's right and what's wrong, and then what's good for the community, what's right and what's wrong, the messages that we want to send out as being what's right and what's wrong. I know just the act itself that I committed was extremely destructive on a very large level to my community. When I was reading this caseload, I was thinking about the officer. I remember him crying after he came from the crime scene when I was in a holding cell. And I think about him having to live with what he saw, the aftermath. And it's a very serious thing, But obviously I didn't take any of that into consideration at the time. When I was a kid, I couldn't even think past my own anger, or my own fear. I think fear was the thing. And then realizing it was fear did a lot to help me overcome it. The root of my being was fear for so long, But, yeah, I guess I went on a little long there. But.
No, that's fine. I appreciate it. What if you were to look back over the term of your incarceration and all the experiences you've had while you've been incarcerated, what are the one or two things that were most impactful for you?
I think just outside of this process, which I think has been really healthy just for me to form relationships with my family even stronger than it was before, because now we can visualize the world where we're together again as a family, Other than this, PFA was PFA and then higher education. PFA, I've rejected God my entire life up until maybe my mid-20s. I really wanted to have that in my life. And PFA really helped. It allowed me to be part of a cohort community, a 1 year, community of peers that were positive. We cared for each other. It's a good program. The Line of Lakes program, I can't endorse the one over here because it's so watered down, but the flagship program in Line of Lakes is a tremendous program, and it's one of the greatest things I've ever done. And then getting a higher degree just makes a person feel like they have a tie in the community. Makes them feel like they've got worth. Like you don't have that confidence in here until you get a education, a higher degree. You can start making concrete plans for the future. I would say the two most important things were PFA and the opportunity to participate in higher education. I think those are the big things.
What do you feel you owe as a result of your offense?
Well, I know I owe way more than I can ever give back. It's I've known that for a long time. That's been a large impetus for me trying to change, especially when I got here from Rust City in 2017. When I came here with the change of environment, it really allowed me to think a lot more clearly, because Rust City is not the most conducive environment for sanity to prevail, especially in a person's younger years. But I can't give, especially my father's family, my grandmother, my grandfather, my grandfather's passed away. They reached out to me earlier in my bid, and it was too hard for me to reach back out to them, but yeah, there's nothing I can do to repay anything that I've done, but I understand that through that bread the necessity that I try to do the best I can with what I have, and I've tried to do that. But yeah.
You owe living your best life,
right?
And
that's all.
It's you're coming out in September of 2026, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah.
Others have questions?
Yeah, Mr. Rattl, I'm just wondering, how would you describe your current emotional state?
It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good, despite what you see right now, I guess. But especially after working with my therapist and PFA, I can't stress enough, was just a great experience. It really forces you to push outside of your comfort zones and adopt a growth mindset. I started to do a lot of things. I play music. I play music pretty well for the community every chance I get. I used to do it 3 times a week at PFA. Things like that. Facilitating classes. I facilitated some classes at PFA while I was there. 2 classes, I believe.
So when you said, despite what you see right now, what do you think I'm seeing right now that makes me wonder how's your emotional state?
I probably seem a bit distraught, I guess, but I'm pretty emotional right now, but no,
so this is an emotional process for you,
right?
Yeah,
right.
Thanks for that. That's all I had.
I had a couple of questions for you, Mr. Rattl. Do you have an unmet SUD requirement at this point?
I think I have a high risk, low priority. It was stated to me that I didn't have to participate in treatment in prison, but I could do it on the street when I got out. It's chemical dependency, is SUD.
Yes. Yep.
Substance disorder. Substance abuse disorder. I believe I had something for cannabis dependency when I was diagnosed in 2006. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the clarification. My other question, it kind of goes a little bit more to your release planning. I think you, for the most part, have a quite a bit of stuff in here, a fairly detailed release plan. The one thing that jumped out to me is, so it appears as though a lot of the putting a lot of, I guess, trust or a lot of the release planning kind of relies on Robin, who I know she's in there with you, so I don't want to speak about Robin as though she's not there. So I apologize for that. But just wondering, do you have any concerns about that, creating any issues or problems in your release planning? Just kind of curious if that is anything that you've given any thought to.
Me and Robin have actually talked at length at times, and some of the discussions have been they've been revealing, I would say, getting to what we both expect from this, how we see this playing out long term between the both of us. And I can say that we really deeply care about each other, and we would never I think we both would never do anything that would sacrifice our friendship, because it is very deep friendship. I care very deeply about her, and we've definitely had conversations as to, just how we want to see it long term, or what our expectations really are. She's been the best friend that I could ask for, and she's been really constant for the last, I would say, 5 years in particular. I've been calling her 2-3 times a day, and the last year especially, she's been visiting me as often as she can. And it's just, I think we both expect this to stay on a friendship level, because we don't want, we don't want to sacrifice what we have on a friend basis. But we have talked about it quite a bit as to what it looks like on the street. And she has, as you can tell by the release plan, she's been invaluable in helping me find this information. She's gone to churches. She's talked to people about job placements. I believe jail ministries. She talked to a woman in jail ministries to kind of explore felon-friendly hirers in a location. So, and she's never wavered. She's never wavered in trying just supporting me the best she can. And once again, I'm extremely lucky to have somebody like that in my corner. So, but I don't know if you want to hear from her about it, or I don't know if maybe
we will turn to her. We just want to make sure that questions get answered from you first.
Okay.
Mr. Rattl, what are your goals with respect to taking the LSAT? Where do you see that leading you? And what are your short-term and long-term goals?
Well, short-term, I just want to see the validity of finding a scholarship, because I don't want to accrue student debt. But I plan on taking it to that point and thoroughly exploring financial assistance options as far as grants, scholarships, things like that. I don't know if my 4.0 right now, I mean, it's really important for me to maintain that through Metro State to be on the best academic basis I probably could moving forward. I don't know how much that'll play into my academic future, but I hope it does play something. And if not, the tools that I have learned through higher education and just critically thinking and writing, I don't know, well-formulated papers, I guess. Hopefully that'll help find scholarships and grants to at least get me in the door to Mitchell Hamlin is the law school that All Square Foundation works with for their scholarships and preparatory studies. But I really just want to get into the door. I don't want to pursue criminal law, really. I don't want to be involved too much with the justice system at all when I get out, but I want to explore kind of options as I go, on top of obviously getting and sustaining a job when I get out. But right now, I just want to make sure I do everything to secure a potential future in that program and hopefully explore a career through it. Because I think a legal career would help me feel like I found a kind of redemption. Just because I'd be happier if I could attain a higher level of education and success in life.
Couple questions, if I may. Your plan, in some respects, is one of the more detailed ones I've read so far. And it almost appeared to me that you filled in a mold or a format. Or where was the assistance for this? And what I think you've hit every point. What was the help, or how did that evolve?
My case manager, Jason Starkson, he gave me a rough format. I think I had a pen. I think I borrowed a pen from him and a piece of paper I had because I was on a pass from college. And he wrote down just the basic things that he wanted to see as far as, treatment options, recreation, how I'm going to spend my time, cathartic activities, things like that. I can't remember exactly what I wrote down from our conversation. But then I just tried to approach it in the same fashion that I'd approach a college paper, more or less. I wanted to synthesize as much information as possible, which is good because I really got to get a feel of where I might potentially be going, I know that Common Grounds, the outpatient treatment facility, is 0.7 miles from Robin's house. I know that the YMCA is 1 mile from our house in case, I want to recreate there. I know how far the churches are. It was very important for me just to fulfill the purpose of the document and to show that I guess I'm willing to put as much thought as I can into it. I want to show that I can be prepared. I'm willing to put forth the work, diligently pursue this as an option. It was very important for me, especially not to under-deliver on the document, but
I got the impression, or correct me if how correct this may be, that it's a collaborative effort between you and your friend Robin.
Robin.
Couldn't have been done alone in that detail, and there should be two authors there. Is that fair to say?
100%. She's been absolutely invaluable throughout this entire process. I'm lucky to have somebody so supportive in my corner, outside of my family. Like I say, who are amazing too.
The second question that I have is, your three relationships I've been exposed to here. A relationship with your father, a relationship with your family, and a relationship with Robin, if I may say that. I have a hard time understanding how the word love can be in relationship with your father. And where is love in the other two relationships? Compare.
The love is very deep, especially with my family, and it has only grown over time. And with Robin, we use the word from time to time, but I think we're both reticent that it becomes, we appreciate the platonic level, the friendship level very much, and I think it's very secure in that place. And we don't want to turn it into anything else, let it be a liability. There are times where we say we love each other, and we know that we love each other. And I think I love my family more than I can probably articulate. The love plays a very central role with my family and with Robin.
What about with your father?
I wish I still dream about him to this day. I think I've aged a little bit more than I should have in my 34 years, because I think we look about the same age in my dreams. But I wish I had the chance to tell him I loved him. I really do. I wish we had the chance to reconcile, because I know that would have happened. Because I know that despite the reservations we had at the time, that I would have turned out all right. I hope I would have turned out all right. If I could have been the man I am right now and I could meet him, I think he would have thought that I turned out all right. If we could have made it past that. But, yeah, yeah. But, no, I love my father a lot. He was my hero for most of my life. But,
I have a question.
yeah.
Regarding your mental health, you apparently, I believe, you participated from time to time in therapy. You said they stopped services with you, but the report that I read says you stopped services. You saw a psychiatrist, you were put on medications, and the meds were discontinued in 2020.
Yeah.
And then in 2013, you were disciplined for illegal drugs. So my concern is dealing with your mental health issues, which were really significant early on.
Right. I think, especially when I first got locked down, I was dealing with a lot of, I think, debilitating emotions, and even recovering from a lot of delusions. Even I think a tremendous shift happened in my 20s, but I did get on medication. I believe it was 19 and 20, but I was working with my therapist, and I was always clear with them that I wanted it to be a temporary thing. Specifically, the medication was dealing with anxiety that I have, social anxiety, and I wanted to use it as a stepping stone for familiarizing myself and dealing with the stimulus, basically. It's being comfortable with unfamiliar situations, things like that, or just helping.
Why you discontinued?
The side effects were pretty tremendous at the time. I started on clonidine, and there were significant issues of just feeling constantly dehydrated, and then I transitioned to buspirone in an attempt to get around those side effects, and it only magnified them, it seemed. I was having just a lot of negative physiological side effects from that medication, but I always intended it to be a short-term thing anyway, especially while I was working through anxiety with the cognitive behavioral therapy workbooks. I think I was working with a therapist, and she was transitioning to another role, I think, within the DOC. I don't know what she was doing. And at that point, I think the decision was made. I was healthy enough to kind of try it with on my own, unless I needed help, in which case I could kite mental health services. That's always an option. I think that was kind of the paradigm we were working on. And then right after that, I went to PFA, and I feel that was the healthiest thing I could have done at that point in time, because I'd already been working on a lot of those issues I had. And PFA submerged me in an environment where I could practice those patterns in an embodied fashion, I guess.
Well, what really concerned me was 2023 and illegal drugs. Right. So that would be the issue. Like, you went off the meds, but it wasn't that long ago when you were using. So that's something that I'll be thinking about.
And that's understandable. it was a very chaotic situation in Red Wing. I was in minimum custody for 8 months. 7 months of those were in Lino Lakes. And I worked pretty heavily in the community. I worked in Shoreview, Minnetonka, Arden Hills. I worked in Minneapolis, St. Paul with Department of Transportation. I worked in Almalund for a nonprofit charity, on an ankle monitor, working in the communities. I was probably UA'd 5 times, and I'm very diligent about. I haven't even had LOP since 2016, 16 or 17, but I know that's not the point here. But when I got to Red Wing, it was just, I worked in a recycling plant. It was a very chaotic situation. And I would say the way I would describe it is I didn't properly impose or diligently maintain standards of what was in my area of responsibility. I didn't have anything in my system at the time of this offense. I took responsibility for the incident because I knew that they were there. I knew that they were in my vicinity. This was a non-DOC work site. But I felt it was my responsibility, because I knew that those things were there, to own up to it, I guess. I didn't contest the possession, I guess, even though they weren't on my person. But I would hope that, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
You didn't use them, right?
No, they took EOA, and I was hoping that would actually exonerate me, but I understand that because I was there at the time, that I was responsible for that space. But I took EOA and I was clean, so. But I know I still made poor decision making. I still, demonstrated poor decision making. I knew they were there. I could have, it would have been a tricky thing to get rid of them, because had I got rid of them, get caught with them, it doesn't matter. It was a poor decision on my part, and I just hope at the time I've been able to think about it irons my resolve into the future, so I don't experience that again.
Right. Let's go to Ms. Isner. Get you. Can we have you come around the end of the table there so
they can see you?
That you're kind of hidden. There we go. Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad I could be here today.
So, just talk a little bit about your sense of Mr. Ratzloff and what you see in him.
Well, I see greatness, but I also see that there's a lot of challenges that lay ahead. So if I can help in ways to be that solid foundation, or to start to help him to build his solid foundation, I think that there's only greatness that happens from there. Everyone makes mistakes. It's just getting the opportunity to then move forward past that.
And what, I think this, does it feel at all strange to you, like having him, the prospect of him coming?
No, not at all. I feel very comfortable with that. Jeremiah and I have gotten very close over the years. Our friendship has become something, he is my best friend. And so just to help him to grow in the ways that I guess I would want someone to help me. I don't worry about what will happen. Because we've discussed the plan of attack, and I have a lot of resources in Red Wing. I'm involved into the community pretty heavy. I work as a florist at a local flower shop, and involved deep in the arts part of Red Wing, so the arts and the music. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to keep busy. And I guess I don't worry. I don't ever think that like, oh, something is going to happen or second guess him coming to my place at all. I just know that I just want to help him. And if I can have a good solid foundation, that can help him to build his.
What kind of musical instrument does he play?
He plays guitar, bass.
A bass guitar, not regular.
Well, bass and electric. I guess I've never got to hear him play, but I look forward to it.
I just had to know, because that could become really irritating, depending on...
Well, I too play music, so I look forward to playing music with him.
That could become irritating too, right?
Yes, it could, very well.
I don't know. All right. Well, good. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for being here, and thank you for supporting him and the work that you've done to assist. It's obviously been huge. So we appreciate that. Well, I want to just, Mr. Rattl, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about the next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments. Anything that you'd like to say?
I'm just thankful to have the opportunity, and I just appreciate your time, and thank you all. And just thank you for your time.
All right. With that, I'm going to close the discussion. During the board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. This time I would open it up to the board for any observations, thoughts, or ideas on next steps.
It seems like a long time ago that we met his family. And that was this morning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I have his mom and sister in my heart and view, and I would like to, where I'm going with this is to do what's right by them. That's where I'm headed.
Others' thoughts?
I'm a little concerned about the mental health stuff, the substance use stuff, recommendations about programming, other things. I think there's a lot. I think there are some things that are being dealt with, and I realize he's going to get out soon either way, but I just wonder if he could do some more work inside. I kind of don't think so. Why do you say that? I think, one of the things I wrote down from what I read was personality dynamics that contribute to distress. And I think there's personality dynamics rather than, depression or substance use or what have you. And I think that's a little more hardwired. I respectfully disagree. I think that caseworker that helped him put together this plan said his recommendation, he had two recommendations, but the second one resonates with me, to transition him to minimum while participating in chemical dependency treatment, apply for work release when eligible, if approved for work release, participated upon release. I think that chemical dependency treatment would be in order. Even the caseworker's first alternative is the recommendation of the PRT was primary recommendation is to allow him to be released upon an approved plan, work with mental health in the community or transitional process in past traumas, and follow the recommendations of the updated chemical use assessment. I think those are the people that know him. And So
I think that's my sense is that's best done in the community. That would be best done in the community, mental health support.
Do you think he would?
Support.
Follow through?
Isn't he on
That's what I'm
supervised release?
concerned
Though,
about.
isn't that can be part of his supervised release?
Or there'd be conditions, justice conditions. You know, I think the assessment could be done inside, and establishing the scope and parameters around the mental health provider stuff could be done, scoped out inside before he goes out. I mean, that could be done. I don't know. Also, it could also be moved directly to work release, and where you could do some of that too, and not do minimum, and do the assessment, the CD assessment. Is work release. These are just different options of that way he's out, and yet he has that work that's that safety net, whatever that looks like.
I mean, I guess I would say I understand that would, his quality of life, I think, would be enhanced by getting more work there, but I don't see that being a public safety risk, his mental health or his substance use. It feels like, that's up to him for his quality of life, but isn't a public safety issue.
One concern I'd have, Commissioner, with the suggestion, which I think is a reasonable balance, but his focus is on education right now, LSAT, and getting into law school. And I'm not sure how compatible that is with treatment. It seems to me that having gone through treatment with my brother and having had the LSAT as my life, the two are both full-time. I mean, you got to be all in, and that's my concern.
And I don't know what I don't know if his, just given the fact that the way he was, his assessment came in originally, because it wasn't a mandate, and he was able to go to a minimum without having completed that. I don't get the sense that he's going to have, he may end up coming in, I don't know what the assessment would be, but he may end up coming in as an outpatient or something like that. Just given that that fact, the gummy situation was really a poor decision making, because we don't, and like contraband, like criminal thinking kind of stuff, probably more than substance use stuff, but at least that's how I read it. But
I kind of read it as more, I understand not taking medications for mental health. I think a lot of people try and stop. But when I saw the illegal drugs, I thought, well, that's a good substitute for a medication. And that's the issue for me.
And to the chemical dependency treatment issue, I think the mental health is as important, talking about the past traumas. And it's kind of part and parcel. He doesn't need the chemical dependency treatment. The mental health, dealing with the traumas, could be part of the plan for him.
Right, and I think both could be done.
Yeah,
you just do the assessment and
exactly,
and then see what that was, and follow the recommendation is typically how write that. And I mean, so there's just the question really becomes, do you work release him? Do you release him out? How long do you go? What does that look like?
I have a question. If it's work release, can it be directly to living with Bird, is there a halfway house involved?
Yeah.
Can you explain how that would look?
Same, yeah.
So work release, so we have, typically work release for us is going to be a halfway house placement. We do have there's a phase 2 option that's a little harder for us to arrange, where it's still a custody status. It's probably not optimal here, but you know, we do it with sometimes where you get some of these people who are way long-term in a halfway house. It's not good to be in the halfway house super long.
Right.
Once you get to a point, a year and a half tops, it's just too much for people.
Mm-hmm.
And so you start to see people's, the return on investment starts to drop because it's just hard living.
Mm-hmm.
And so we then do phase 2 where we keep them on GPS monitoring. They may go into a apartment or whatever it is, and we monitor them there. And so that's more of the phase 2 option. That could be looked at as a means. It's a little, we have to figure out what the agent option is going to look like there. If we're going to do that, the difference between that and doing supervised release is not that great. Just to be honest, signing a work release agent and assigning a supervised release agent isn't that big of a difference. When push comes to shove, we would establish some of the same conditions.
I don't know whether this fits, but my concerns are in the area of relationships. I got the impression the connection or the commitment to law, something to explore, something to secure, and then something to avoid. He didn't want any attention, or at least involvement in criminal justice. And law, I know, goes many ways, but inconsistency there, for at least the way I look at it. I guess, difficulty understanding the relationship. I saw more grief with father than I did attachment, but under the word love. And I'm not sure what the mutual interaction is between him and his family, because there's been very little there's been some connection, but I'm not sure what it is.
His sister has visited. His mother couldn't because of her back.
Well, they talk a lot.
They talk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
and with his niece and nephew too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
they're very
I'm not.
connected.
Yeah, looking back to your concerns, what are the family demands, or what does the family need, and what's his role in that? Is what's a blank sheet for me right now. The relationship with Robin, she's there to support him. I haven't heard anything about their mutual working together for a common goal. His success is what was been exposed to me.
That's their common goal. I think that's their common goal.
Okay, that could well be, yes.
I guess where I continue to just, and I'm new at this, we're all new at this. So I'm not thinking it's my responsibility to vote on a plan where he's going to have successful romantic relationship or be happy or get along with people or whatever. I feel like, that's on him. I feel like I'm judging, but will that create a public safety problem? Will because if the stuff falls apart, is he gonna hurt somebody else? I think that risk is very low, and my understanding with countryside is it's a very low risk. So I don't feel it's my responsibility to line things up for his emotional well-being. He's a grown man. He has to do this. So that's what I'm thinking.
Good. Appreciate the clarification.
I'd like to make a motion. Would that be possible?
Sure.
Or we should, because I'd like to move that we grant parole.
A second.
Grant parole, just straight grant parole.
Straight grant parole.
Okay.
The family, the victims who is his family are in support. He's got lots of support. He has quite the extensive plan. I think all the things, he's got plans to do a lot of the things that have been being discussed. And I think those would be best done out in community. So yes, I would vote in favor. I would move that we straight parole him.
Okay. That would be, we'd be looking at it like an October 6th date for that. Just we need 60 days minimum to do that. There is a motion, and then we can talk about some of the conditions and stuff. Well, if we want to, what conditions of release we have the agencies will set a series, but we can add some others as well. So there's a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Alexander.
Yes.
Board Member Bray.
No.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
No.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
No.
And Schnell is a no. All right. Alternative.
Well, move no parole. I know I should not say this, but with step down. And have it happen quickly.
Let me pitch something. What if we were to do move him to work release? I'll try to have that happen as quickly as we could. We would require that as part of that transition before he would leave, I would have him do an updated CD assessment, and part of that then would be that we would get that, follow whatever recommendation would come out of that. But also would require that as soon as we can get the location of the work release, then we could start working on the mental health provider side, because I think that's going to be really important and helpful. Just depending upon which site he would go to, and we would probably try to stay east side either. I don't know. They can work on that. Maybe you could. There's some options that may even be. There may be some real viable options that would be very close to down there, and then the question, and we can talk more about what that framing of the mental health stuff, but the question really then becomes, what's the review period that we want to look at to see him back here. I guess I initially had put down 12 months is what I was thinking, just to see him back in 12 months, and then assuming everything goes well and that kind of stuff, and we can talk to work release and go from there. All right, I'm going to move it.
Say that again. So advocating or suggesting go to work release?
Yeah, so it would be denial of parole. We would continue him for a year, move him to work release, and with complete an update. While he's waiting for that placement, we would do an updated CD assessment and follow recommendations. we would, once we get that site determined, and we're going to try and get as close as we can to Red Wing, because I think that's where he's going to end up. And then get that mental health stuff worked out, all of the things we've kind of talked about here and that were recommended in the report. Remain discipline-free, and that would be it.
And 12 months.
12 months we see him again.
I second the motion.
It's a motion by Schnell, second by Ramsden.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
We do everything except we don't review in a year. He goes to the end of his sentence. Well, no, I don't want him to stick around till the end of his sentence, but yeah, never mind. That wasn't gonna work. I was trying to figure out a way where we wouldn't see him again. He'd be successful and he'd leave. But I think, to your point, we have to do a review of 1 year. Yeah.
So we have, we voted already, right? No, we didn't vote. Okay, not in the second motion. Okay, in the second motion, board member Alexander.
I'm not sure how this works because I already made my motion. So I guess I abstain because it's not what I.
Yeah, you can vote again. It's just a new motion. It's on the table, or you, if you wish to abstain, you can. But the rules would allow you to vote on it. It's just that.
I understand. I guess I still believe that he should be paroled. So I guess I'm going to abstain. I'm not really sure what to do here. So.
Or you can vote no. I mean, either way, abstain.
Yeah.
Right. Board member Bray.
Yes.
Board member Larson.
Yes.
Board member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board member Nelson.
No.
Board member Struford.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. The motion passes. 1 abstain. Let's see, 5 yeses, 1 no. So Mr. Rattl, so we're going to make arrangements for you to get to work release as quickly as we can. I have some ideas. But I have to talk to work release folks about that and try to get that as close as we can to Red Wing, because I think we want to support going there. And I hope you hear loud and clear that folks here do see the work that you've done and want to lift up the positive stuff, good stuff, and I think that's what we want you to hear, and we want you to do well. And you've done remarkable things, and I just want to say congratulations on that degree. You have a week left. This is the big push, and I concur that you got great support in the person sitting next to you, and you got great support in your family. We heard that loud and clear. So I wish you the best. Okay?
I appreciate all of your time, and I just appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
No problem. All right, thank you. Just by way of new business, we've already taken care of the Dryman correspondence. I think all the board members have provided the 2025 schedule in your packet. And then just a reminder that there is a tour of MCF St. Cloud for August 14th from 1 to 3. If you're interested, that you can certainly do that and go from there. So you're welcome to do that. We do have some folks who have signed up to provide public comment. I'm not exactly
Nobody's
sure.
here.
No one's here.
They left already.
Oh, they left already. So we did have some people that had signed up, but they're no longer here. So that I think they were here from the first person that we had were meeting.
That was a non-appearance.
Okay, that sounds good. So there is no one here for public comment, and with that, I would motion to adjourn.
Hey, is there any way we can talk about the scheduling? Does that happen here? Like, I'm just.
If anybody has issues, conflicts, or otherwise, please contact myself, Aubrey, and Becky individually, sort of offline, so we're not bringing everybody in.
It's not about me. This is about 6-hour meetings with no breaks for lunch, for going to the bathroom. Like,
yeah, we can.
I don't know how you guys are able to do it, but I cannot. Like, you don't want me making decisions at 4:00 in the afternoon, having not eaten.
Yeah, we can build, and we'll build in some break times into the schedule. You're right, it is long.
So I guess I need to know if the 2025 calendar is good so that I can keep proceeding in working on the schedule. So I need to know if we're in agreement with the dates that are being proposed.
I can't tell you that right now.
Yeah, I need to check.
Okay, that's why we gave the calendar. And then for the tour, I need to know who is attending, and then I need copies of your driver's license, front and back. And then I have to have you sign this form.
If you're
today.
If you're going to.
If you're going to go.
Are people traveling there independently? Just meeting there?
I believe so, because you guys cannot go as a group.
Right.
So the tours will be no more than 2 of you together at a time.
And will there be other?
It's only you guys.
For other locations.
Yes. This is the first tour that we just had set up, and we can arrange other tours, but at this time, this is the only one that we have scheduled right now.
And I already let you know I can't be at that one.
Yes.
Okay.
Aubrey, do you want to know if we are not planning to go?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Oh, I'm not planning.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go to this.
No? Okay. And Don said that he will be there. Andrew said he will be there. Raina, will you be going to the tour on the 14th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I did have one question, and if it's something I can address offline, that's totally fine too. I was seeking a little bit of clarification on the SUD requirement. You know, I've read in some of the paperwork that there's an unmet SUD requirement, and then it sounds like it's not. So if that's something, I would just like some clarification on that, so that when I'm scoring things out, that I'm doing it appropriately. So, and if that's something that I can address offline with someone, I'm happy to do that. I just want to make sure that I'm doing it properly.
We will get that. I think you're going to see there's changes being done now to just to the way we manage the programming recommendations. It's no longer going to be, you're not going to see treatment mandates in general. You're going to see primary rehabilitative programming, and that's going to be, qualified by level of need. So it'll be more in line with kind of what you do on the community supervision side, based on need and whether it's outpatient levels, high, medium, low. So I think we'll get more clarification on that. We can do that at the next meeting.
Okay, appreciate it.
No problem. All right.
Any action on this motion here? Or?
That's just an explanation.
That's just an explanation.
Okay, gotcha.
And then I think we will have, the iPads are here, so we'll.
Yes, I'm going to work with you guys once we're done with this.
Also set that up.
All right. Do it today?
Yes. I have them right now.
Oh, so you want
So please wait.
Okay.
But we need to end this if we are, so.
We're done. We're good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Do you have a motion to adjourn, and do we have that second?
Oh, we have a motion to adjourn. It's a motion to adjourn was moved.
Second.
And seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And
aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yes, please.
Thanks for reminding us.
All right, guys. This hearing already came to an end. I'm gonna go ahead and I think there's still one or two that I still need to stream from Minnesota. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut this one down, and I'll go ahead and start up another one. And like I say around here, lights like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we are out.